How about now? Are we back? Are we back? Back? All right. I had been recording. I was going to break up the recording so I didn't have to edit through like a 6-hour chunk. But stopping the recording, I guess, crashed the stream, which is not ideal. I've been having a couple more issues lately. I think it's just working out the kinks after we upgraded the computer, but yeah, a little bit of a pain. Okay. Oh no, hold on. Oh, this is bugged out. All right, there we go. Kefka Dancing Mad. Congrats, you have won. Send in a match ID, who you're playing, any questions you got, while I make sure everything else is running correctly now. um, You want to see that Pudge win? My Necro went 0-7 in 10 minutes in lane and we played bad, but we won. um, I don't mind. I mean, when you guys win the replay, you guys can show me whatever. Um, it depends if you think it'll help you improve. Well, it depends what you want, you know? In terms of replay analysis improving, usually as long as there's something you're not sure, like is this the best way how to approach someone 0-7 in the lane, we could do with that. If you think it's a crazy chaotic game, wacky that'll only happen every now and then it's not super worth it in my opinion. But if you think it happens a lot, then that's fair. Ooh, wait. Is this a potential? Have you seen the Whose Fault Is It Anyway series? Is this that? Perhaps the Necro blaming you? We can find out the truth of the matter. I have been meaning to do another. I've been meaning to do another Whose Fault Is It Anyways? I just haven't dug through. I need to ask people for new submissions. People submit on like the old videos, but if it's been too long, I can't use them, and I just haven't gotten around to doing that quite yet. But if you're up for it, maybe this is it. Maybe this is on the fly. Whose fault is it anyways? No planning the jokes, just doing it live. We'll do it live. I can't get the music to work. I don't know what's happening here. Just a quiet stream for the rest of the. How it used to be. Ah, there we go. All right, let's download. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What? Yo, Zaki Mo, thanks for the Prime sub. Lich. Wait, are you Pudge here? You're Pudge. Okay, okay. All right. Pudge being blamed by Necro for getting bopped by the Ursa Witch Doctor, which, oh, these guys are a party, so, and they're high rank, so it looks like these guys have run this before. Whoa.
So everything is whose fault is it anyway?
I guess that's true, actually, in Dota, isn't it always? But maybe this will be in whose fault is it anyways. All right. Okay, Necro Pudge is a pretty bad lane. And you may not have been here. Earlier, we were talking about if you were doing like Veno jungling, position 4, let's say position 4 Veno jungle, or just a position 4 who is not very good in the lane or not very consistent, which Pudge is, you know, no offense, I know you're the main character of our replay review here, but Pudge is not very good in the lane. It is his classic weakness, especially if you've been drinking for New Year's, like you said. But with a Pudge and then a Necro who is also really weak level 1, you can do those same level 1 shenanigans we were talking about. So for example, you can sneak over here at the start of the game, often going through like you can run straight through the lane and then you kind of like go around like this. And you drop the sentry right around here. You can also do this one. It doesn't matter that much. But this one actually funnels the trees a little better. And that way the tower can't see it because it's blocked by the trees. But when the creeps spawn and they walk out here, they'll see it and then they'll come kill it. This will delay enough. On the Radiant side, where the equilibrium is usually right here, any level of delay gets the very first creep wave under the tower. They die, they rush out. Up to here, and then your shit lane, Pudge Necro, it's fine versus the really strong Ursa Witch Doctor lane, because it's really hard to kill you with that right here. Other things you could do as the Pudge, you could just come here. Again, you can either sneak through the same way, or let's say a Bounty Rune fight happens. Let's say it doesn't happen, you just happen to be over here. You can sometimes still just pop out and body block, but it's a little riskier if you're a slow hero like Pudge, as opposed to someone fast like Clockwork or Bounty, something like that. I'd say the Sentry is the safest trick you could do. A lot of people mess up creep equilibrium anyway, so you can plan to just be like, block this camp, hope that they mess up equilibrium, get the lane out, and then stuff like that. You can do things like block 3 of the creeps, let one walk forward really fast so that it dies first, also pushes out slowly. Lots of tricks you can do. That's what I would do if I was playing Pudge. Or, actually, I would do it even if I was playing a better laner, like Clockwork or Bounty. Just because Necro's a bad level 1 offlaner. That's just how he is. Your starting items are not going to be the best for Pudge. I don't know the exact Pudge build, because I don't actually play him that much myself. I don't feel like you need this stick versus Ursa Witch Doctor, but I kind of get it. So I don't know. I'll just see how it goes. I'm not going to critique the items too much since I don't play Pudge. But this, to me, just to summarize that, these are not going to help you that much in the lane in a direct fight, which if you were planning to go do the creep aggro stuff or like block this camp and things like that, then I would be actually pretty open to the Windlace. But if you're doing that stuff, you're not really in the lane to get stick charges, so then you don't really need that right away, level 1. You can get like, I don't know, some other shit, Iron Branches, whatever. But there's going to be a lot of wiggle room. I actually forgot to ask what rank this is, but maybe it doesn't matter. Let's just find out together. We'll take our best guess. Okay, you hit your own range creep. I like that. That's good. Another trick you can do, so this is just, yeah, this is just level 1 laning. This is what they can do. That wasn't even the combo, right? That wasn't even Maldic. That wasn't anything. This is just how weak the lane is. But one other way you can potentially address it. So you guys did some creep blocking. This is fine. If you guys didn't do creep blocking for whatever reason, you can just hook this range creep like right off the bat. Not all your offlaners are going to like that, but what it does for you is that your lane will shove in, and versus a stronger lane, if you've already missed your chance to do something to get the equilibrium to come back, by killing the range creep, your lane should shove in, so if they try to fight, you'll have more creeps helping you. That doesn't matter if they're just way stronger, as you saw them kill this Necro anyways like that, but just another option for you guys. When you kill your own creeps, right, this is getting Equilibrium to come back, but also opens up an advantage for them to kill you like they did, which these guys partied. They play these heroes a lot, so they identified it real quick. They were like, yeah, we can just kill this guy. Easy peasy. Bleh. First Witch Doctor and Ursa, I thought I needed Windlace and Stick. As I'm thinking about it, I'm okay with the Windlace because I don't actually think you should play this lane very much. What I think you should do is various creep tricks that we talked about to get the lane to come back, and then you can wander around over here hooking creeps like this one, or like walk over here, hook a media. These aren't the best, but you know, sometimes you get a centaur there or something. You hook this guy, whatever. And the Windlace helps because you can move around faster and potentially roam mid if it makes sense. And the Necro should be okay because you did a trick to get the Equilibrium here. I'm up for that. I think once they go, the Windlace / Stick will not save you guys. Like, if you're trying to play the lane directly. Okay, went for that hook. I would recommend you do this pull instead. 117, so it's the time to do the hard pull. Drag it over here. Let's pop up the last hits. So even off that death, you guys have kind of recovered a little bit in terms of CS anyways. Witch Doctor got the kill. So Ursa actually hasn't gotten very many last hits, so he's actually not, right? Like, this isn't that great. So you guys have kind of bounced back. We care a lot about getting Equilibrium. This hook would be good, but you kind of need to be in position already to go for it. It was close. I guess if you get it, it would have worked out. But I think this is the safer play, which is that he has to deal with 4 creeps, and he's level 1. So he's going to tank a bunch of damage, and you're going to pull this troll creep camp into this creep wave. This is one of the stronger camps. So it'll kill most of these creeps while he's still dealing with all these. So you already have like a slight level advantage. The supports do. And that's going to go even further now with the denies. It's going to kind of balance out the fact that Necro died. So that's what I would go for here, and I think it'll work out better. I think you went for it after you kind of realized it a little too late, so it doesn't quite work out. But it did go under tower, so once again, we're going to get the lane to come back. And then this is where, as the Pudge, you again just like walk over here. You can even put like a sentry or an observer on the cliff, potentially. Though maybe I would put the observer further out, and you can be jungling creeps and killing couriers as they come by. And Necro will just sit here. And now all you have to do is make sure they don't pull this. Because the reality is that even if you land a hook, if you pull them under tower, that's a little different. But if your hook doesn't pull Ursa or Witch Doctor far enough away from the other, they can just fight. Like, you guys don't have a stun. So if Witch Doctor gets pulled, he'll just Maledict, Cask, Ursa will run up, and then still kill whoever. So the lane is still weird, so we're still just playing for farm. So this pull, you guys got here in time. This would be one that you potentially prevent. This hook ends up missing. I think even if you hook the Necro, it would still be a bit rough. I'm not going to worry about missed hooks. I think that was the right idea. If you hook Necro, he might live. He would still lose a lot of health. If you hook one of the enemy heroes, Necro will still die. Swamp that in. You were aiming for the Ursa. I would probably get the Necro in that case, because let's actually go back to it. If you hook Ursa, he'll probably just turn around and then kill the Necro, right? Like right here. Which, to be fair to you, to balance us out, like, whose fault is it? Necro shouldn't be this far up in this case. This creep wave is pushing forward, so you guys just need to be careful right now, and it'll reestablish itself right here. So you guys don't need to do anything crazy. He's kind of far up. This is where if you hook him right away, it ends the aggression. They didn't get that much damage in with Maledict. He can... he only has 2 stick charges, but he can Death Pulse, maybe use the stick, and then he won't take that much damage from Maledict because he didn't take any damage while Maledicted. But if you hook the Ursa, he would tank some tower shots, but then he'll face the Necro, do his little hop, somersault, kill the Necro, and then probably get out alive anyways. So here you would want the Necro. It's unfortunate that he jumped just as you threw the hook. Let's pretend he didn't die right there. Like I was saying, the lane is going to push up. Look where we're at. This is fantastic, right? This is where Necro would just stand here, last hit, the next creep wave's coming in. So it's in a perfectly good spot. So that part is on the Necro. We'll pretend you were trying to hook the Necro and just missed, even though you said you're going for Ursa. We'll pretend it was the Necro. That would have been fine. And then once you're in this situation, you would walk over here and just make sure Witch Doctor does not pull this camp into this creep wave, which Witch Doctor should have been looking to do like when it was over here. And then that would have been good for them. That would have fixed their equilibrium. And that's what you would want to stop. All right, and here's where you're not really needed still, so you come over here. And this is where you can just hook your own hard camp, and it's fine as Pudge. Piranhas will do it too. You just hook your own camp to farm things up. Okay, yeah, we did see that. Unfortunate. Since you didn't, you can try to do this pull. So this does work. I would also say you can let this first creep wave go through and pull the next camp instead. So if the hooks had hit, the lane impact would have been a little bit better. But also, this is why you'll see a lot of Pudges, if they don't feel great about landing the hooks, which if these guys were positioned better, maybe you don't get the chance. That's why they just hook the creeps and you pick up a level advantage for yourself and potentially for your offlaner, because either you're out of XP range of the lane, so Necro picks up the levels quickly, or he's in range and you're splitting, but you're both getting the hard camp creep. And hopefully they're not. Maybe they're like further back. And Necro, once Necro hits level 4, you guys are Gucci, because he's going to have 2-1-1 and they can't kill him anymore. But you have to get to that point. Arguably, maybe he should take this at, he should go 1-1-1 at level 3. Either way, you need a couple levels. Because even if you live with Ghost Shroud, but you're not strong because you don't have the other abilities, it's also meh. At level 4 is when he comes online in this lane. And that's why we just need to play for that. So yeah, I like this movement over here. I don't actually care about the bounty rune, though. The bounty rune can be gotten whenever. I would hook either like a creep and just walk over here, or even hooking small camp. This is not worth it as much, but it does prevent this pull from being useful because the creep's already dead, or one of them is. So either block it with a sentry so that it can't be used in the future, or hook one of these guys, and that's how this equilibrium is good. And as long as it maintains in this area, Necro will be okay. All right, we're gonna go. We are blocking it. We're doing the cliff. I usually don't like those, but I do think it's acceptable for a Pudge. All right, we were slightly late on that, so we didn't get the stack, but you had the right idea. And now we're maybe looking mid, but you just used hook, so we're gonna have to wait a little bit. Let's see what happened to Necro. Let's see if this was your fault or not. So Necro saw you leave. The equilibrium is good. This is Necro being a little too far up. If you don't know where Witch Doctor is, which you actually do know where Witch Doctor is, because Witch Doctor is killing the Cliff Ward that I'm not usually a very big fan of because of this reason right here. Now you do know as Necro. If you're watching the minimap, he just did this. What is Witch Doctor doing? He's either waiting 17 seconds to pull a small camp, or he's coming back to lane. If Necro does not do anything in the lane, before this ward died, he saw there's a small camp, and this camp is blocked. So this lane is 4 versus 3. The next 4 might get distracted by a small camp, but this will push in. So Necro and any offlaner, guys, if you're left alone for whatever reason, these are the times you got to be careful versus a kill lane. So this is on Necro. He's got to know how to be on his own. On your side of like, is it Pudge's fault? You came to stack. I think that's fine. I don't know if you really need to roam mid right now, but I don't mind it because it just turned nighttime and the first observers are probably dead and maybe the next ones aren't planted. So if you were going to roam, I think this is a decent time. Equilibrium could be a little bit better, but I don't really mind. So I'd say this is more on Necro needing to just treat this with respect at this time and not get caught like this. But you can also see how he is 3 3/4. So if we had done a little bit better in the lane and, you know, maybe we do some of the pulls we were talking about, we build up a better level advantage, he doesn't die one more time, like stuff we could have done, but also him, you know, team effort. Maybe he's level 4 and they jump him and then he just pops Ghost Shroud and walks away. So that's where, you know, Dota's a snowball-y game, but with all that said and where we're at, that death was kind of on the Necro. All right, we looking for a hook? That's fine with me. This is where I don't think you actually want to fidget too much because you might have walked into the creeps. Ancient stack would have been okay, though these are not the best ancient clearing heroes. Maybe we walk over to the left side sooner to go for the hard camp stack. All right, so... Okay, that hook kind of worked out. I don't think you actually want to start something right here. This is a creep wave. It's very important to just identify when we're happy with what is happening. Again, the creep wave is pushed up. It's right in front of our tower. We don't actually need to start shit. Maybe it works out. We get a little harassing. Maybe we bait ourselves and we die, especially now that we're pretty behind, right? They're like a full level up over us. So I would actually be really careful with hooking something right now, unless you know it's a super free hook under tower. This is like next to the tower. You know, it kind of got some damage in. But if like this guy took that too much and went over aggressive, right? Maybe you knew like, I'm just hooking for casual, I'm fine. This guy doesn't know, he rushes in and dies. Then it's like, I kind of baited him. And instead, that hook could probably just be used for like getting yourself more gold and levels from jungling things. All right, Wisdom Rune's coming up, so coming for this is fine. I don't think you really need to place this Observer. In fact, what your Observer needs to help do, if you're ever a roaming 4 and you want to leave your offlaner, this is not really going to help your offlaner. Because what we've seen is Necro is dying when they're here, and when Witch Doctor's here, and when Witch Doctor's coming from the trees. So this won't really help Necro. What you need is something to see like what Witch Doctor is doing. That could be a lane ward to see where Witch Doctor is moving left or right. Sneaking something in here is really tough because the cliff is so common. These spots actually aren't that good, but depending on your rank, it does slip in and it kind of works out. Something out further here, depending on how this camp has been contested or not, can also give you enough vision to see like what Witch Doctor is up to. But something in this area will do better to protect your Necro than something back here. And that's going to free you up to be saying, this lane sucks. I'm going to go help mid. I'm going to go top lane. But we also can't have him continue to feed relentlessly, which some of it is his own, but the more information we give him as a support, then the better his odds will be. Or the better you can try to micromanage him and see the Witch Doctor coming in and tell him, don't do it, get out, back away. And then he dies anyways, and then, you know, I don't like any do. Tri-laning could potentially work, but I would say you don't fully need to do a tri-lane. I would say all the various tricks I talked about, next time you identify my offlaner is either weak or fully capable of being here on their own, start the lane with the Necro. You can try for a first blood stuff. You can try that. TP to the lane, help him out. And then once the lane comes back here, I don't know if this was the perfect example of it, but over the course of this, and in the last game we reviewed, did you notice how when the lane came up here, it's mostly been here for quite a while? That's because a lot of pub players are bad about how you reset this. And a lot of supports will end up doing full pulls instead of half pulls. They won't stack it, whatever. The lane's actually stuck up here a long time, which is why the hardest part for the off lane is getting it to come here once. But once you do that, if you're a capable player, it's in your advantage to keep it here. So if you want to go tri-lane, you start in this lane, you get it up here, and then you go tri-lane. It's a world of difference compared to just leaving the lane here and then tri-laning. And you might be getting kills, but Necro is having a shit time. And you're going to have a useless offlaner. And their offlaner maybe is useless. But tri-lanes are also tricky and easy to mess up. So it's better to at least set yourself up for a potential success over here while you then attempt the tri-lane. So that you have a better shot at things working out. There's an Ursa. Ah! All right, that's actually totally fine for you. He's wasting his time. Fantastic. All right, so we are walking over here. Guess we get the Ursa, or sorry, the Huskar. This is kind of okay. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Necro died again. Let's see what happened to Necro this time. Earlier, you warded here, by the way. It got killed. This camp is blocked. If you don't know where it is, be careful of where you place your observer, because there is a chance their sentries are like here or here, literally where it was this game, and that's why your observer got killed instantly. I think you have seen that this camp is blocked. So at some point, you should use your sentry to unblock this. This is another thing. If you plan on leaving your offlaners alone, guys, try to get this camp unblocked before you go. Because that way, when he has nothing to do in the lanes up here, he can at least attempt to pull this way to fix equilibrium himself. Otherwise, he has to try to play up here or buy his own sentry, which takes a long time. So try to do that. But whether it's blocked or not, or if it is blocked and you know and you haven't gotten around to it and you're placing your observer, at least try to keep it outside of these like sentry ranges. So the observer, like maybe over here is fine, maybe over here. Pos 4 Huskar. I think it's somewhat viable in certain matchups, but well, anything works in pub games. So, oh yeah, I forgot we were gonna see what happened to Necro. That's kind of a sneaky wraparound from them. What was happening earlier? Okay, they saw Ursa go this way. He was okay, this is a mistake, guys. If you are having a bad time, offlaners, and you see the carry chasing a support in your triangle, freaking ignore this. Just shove this lane. It's like finally some space and farm. Catch up. Get some golden XP for yourself. Walking over here, now no one's doing anything. This is good for them now. Just stick in the lane. Get all the farm. Don't worry about any of this. He eventually turns around, but he should know that Ursa was here and is probably coming back to the lane. So high-level offlaners would do this faster, and actually they wouldn't have chased to begin with. But after this, you see how he runs back because he's trying to be safe, but actually there's two potential situations. They TP'd here and are coming in from this way, or they're coming back from this weird triangle chase and they're going this way. So actually the safest direction was to walk this way and then see what happens. So this is more just an awareness and a pathing choice. You see how long Ghost Shroud kept him alive, though, although he does eventually die. That's why getting to level 4 was so critical. But ideally, you'd be, you know, not so far behind in this situation. If someone could have TP'd right away, that also could have worked out. It was unfortunate that you guys were caught up in the middle of something at the same time. Arguably, that's good for the Radiant on when they chose to do that. If someone could have TP'd there, maybe you guys actually turned that. I mean, I don't think he was like trying to run at them. It's just one of those things you're not... When I lay it out like that, right, that, oh, of course they're going to either come this way or this way, then it sounds obvious. But in the moment, tons of players don't think about this. And that is part of climbing the ranks, is not only what do I want to do, but what are they doing right now and where does that intersect? And that's why like pro level farming patterns are so good, and they're thinking about like, where can I go that then lets me join fights but also avoid what they're trying to do, and it's very tough to see. So I think I can understand why he died here. It's avoidable via your own skill if you improve your understanding of what enemy heroes will do. But it's also something you're going to see in a lot of your games, and it's not like he's such a garbage player because that happened. I don't know. Maybe it is worse than I think, but I'm like willing to accept like one death like that, I guess is where I'm going with that. The others were a little worse. Like moving up too far in the lane, those are worse deaths to me, I think. I don't think either of you are in the wrong in this situation. Do we not have team teleports? Guess not. So they're ganking him in the jungle. I don't think that's really his fault. He was trying to be safe, it looks like. They're all off the map, sure, but, you know, also don't fully expect them to come into your triangle. That's usually your safe space. End up hooking the TA. I think this is a little too hopeful. I think you kind of have to recognize that you're not doing well as a team, at least in this lane. I think you have to focus more on saving him rather than trying to get a kill on the TA. I think if you hook the Necro, that probably just ends the aggression. Yeah, your teammates probably could have come in as well. Bane couldn't have. His was on cooldown. Lina could have, but she has no mana. I think that's why she didn't. She was trying to get home and all that. I guess she should be bottling right now. Lifestealer could maybe come in, but Lifestealer looks like he's also having a terrible time, so he's not actually going to do anything here, so he's not going to teleport in. All right, so where are we in terms of the, you're saying there's a lot of flaming going on. I think we've seen, there's a bit of both going on, right? We've highlighted some things you could have done better in terms of how to set up the Necro for success. And for you to, how to navigate a matchup of a strong versus weak lane, which if you like playing Pudge, you should learn how to do. Actually, you're only bronze, so maybe don't play it too much. Maybe it's a fun New Year's kind of thing. But any Pudge player, this is it's good to learn these lessons on how you approach bad matchups, because Pudge is on the weaker side of laners. So most of your lanes are going to be these types of situations. And if you learn how to fix that, you can have a lot more impact as Pudge in the laning stage. And then you get to play the game of hooks, right? Which is like, if I get a good hook, we win. But if you're just behind and you hook someone, they'll end up just killing you. Then it's no good. Yeah, hooking some creeps early also would be good. Here, like a hook to save Lina could be good. Like, I know you guys want that TA, but just like a quick, she's maledicted. She didn't die in this case, so it worked out. But it was scary. And I think just she's the only one doing well on your team, so you need to keep her alive and play around her more than you need more kills. And then this kind of jungling is fine, but ideally it actually happens a little bit earlier of what we were talking about. Like, get the lane in a good spot, then just like hook a couple creeps. You'll expedite your timings, and you'll hit 6 sooner, so you can pick up early kills rather than be recovering. This is actually a pretty rough game because both your side lanes are down bad. But, you know, just in general, in the future, hooking various jungle creeps gets you a good, you know, to do the math, right? Like, you hook a hard camp creep, that's like half a creep wave that you just secured. So rather than have to sweat out in the lane, like, oh, last hits denies, whatever, right? You're just like free hook here, like, haha, 2 CS, easy, you know? And that's how you like sneak up over other people. And then your offlaner, because you're doing, it's not just ditch the offlaner, go jungle while they're stuck here. It's get the lane back and then go do this stuff. But that's how heroes like Pudge, Marana, who else like insta kills creeps? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about though. Like those types of heroes, that's how they function. Looks like you guys are just uninterested in coming here. We're getting some tips. What is this? This is just like a full dive at this point. You guys probably, like, as a team, if you guys came in, you could probably make a difference. At this point, it's 4K gold, 4K gold difference at 12 minutes. So this is a pretty bad game, which you said you guys do end up coming back to win. Let me debate if we want to see that far. I think everything we've talked about is already really good for not just Pudge players, but anyone. Anytime you have a weak offlaner, or anytime you're just a weak position 4, everything we talked about here is pretty good in terms of how you approach a pretty bad matchup as the offlane. And this is where things will get tricky in the grand scheme of the game, because now you have 2 side laners who had a bad time and they just got a jungle. Lena's not really a playmaker either. What you have to do with Bane is try to set up kills around the Lina. And that's kind of your way back into this game. I'm going to guess they don't punish you guys hard enough, or they get too aggressive because they think they're doing too well. Which, you know, start off with 2 kills, pretty good. I'm gonna look at the graph real quick. It kind of looks like they just throw. Should we check? In conclusion of our pseudo whose fault is it anyways, I'd say your laning impact was on the lower side. So if you improve your own game, you'll help out Necros and offlaners. But Necro, you offlane players who also maybe have like some bad situation like this, Necro could have done a lot of things on his own to also make his life better. So I'll put this, everyone's a bit to blame, but flaming is wrong, so maybe that's worse. What happened here? Looks like we got a hook in. Let's go. This is why Pudge is always viable. This one right here. Let's go. Ursa back in their base. Guys, why are they pushing without the Ursa? Psycho stuff. Just for the record, 17k advantage should be great. You got to be careful with the Pudge. When the carry is not here, that's 20k of the lead gone. They are behind 3k. Why does this happen so often, guys? Dota is a math game. I can't believe you blink out of that too. I mean, I guess no one does damage, but it's so weird to see Pudge hook and ult someone and then be able to blink out of it. It feels wrong. A classic. A classic. What was that? Like 7k gold swing? All right, guys. Let's open the stuff for the next replay. If you'd like to join in, exclamation point replay. It's harder for Necro to make better choices than it was for the Pudge since he's actively committed to mechanics. I mean, there is a degree of, like, it's technically Pudge's job to start this stuff, which you can say, which, you know, is, like, true, and that's why we can say there's stuff Pudge can do better. But if you're an offlaner, you also just have to accept this as the reality that you will get some weak laners like Pudge as your support. Some people won't know how to like play with Necro offlane. And all the tricks I highlighted for Pudge are also possible for Necro, even if we can say it's not ideal. That's just, damn, what a long hook. That's nuts. Flayer's hook, Aether Lens, Psychic Headband, silly. Necro can do this stuff too, right? Necro can walk over here, drop the sentry at the start. Necro can like body block, hide in the trees, TP out. He, even without doing that, they did get the lane to come back right away, right? So you just have to, I think if you play Necro a lot, he's like gold, right? You got to know my first 3 levels are pretty shit. This is a really strong lane. Got to be real careful. There's a lot of stuff he can do on his own. So I'm not sure if it is harder for him to make like the right choices, but I kind of get what you're saying. I'm not sure. I'm glad you found it helpful. Yes, I understand, you know, some drinking fun. I think this was unranked too, wasn't it? Yeah, so like, you know, you're having some fun in unranked, totally fine. No actual flame to you, right? Because you're doing this unranked. This is the place to do it. So hopefully what we highlight is just ways to improve so that when you do bring your Pudge to ranked, perhaps, you know, you'll have a lot more impact. I definitely put some blame on people who flame more, especially in unranked games, you know. Especially, I think you said that you're playing this at New Year's Eve, 1 a.m., right? Like, come on, you know those games are gonna be wacky. Classic. What is Ursa doing up here? Okay, also, tip for future Pudge games. Technically, ideally, hooking him back would be great. Further into your place, harder to get away. The reality is, though, most people who die with Aegis, they're going to have like a BKB, they're going to have a blink. So, which way is he going to blink to get away? Probably this way. So, rather than position here and try to hook him out of the Aegis, I would walk this way, watch him, and if his blink is on cooldown, great. You get to just blink in and hook him and ult and all that. Or you'll see the blink and you'll try to see what direction it goes, and you see him blink this way, great. Blink, ult, everyone walks in. The Ursa hops away, tries to run, hook him straight back. Fantastic, you know? This is how he gets away, where you try to hook him back and he blinks out instantly, and then he hops back towards the Bane, but fortunately just barely out of sight. Yeah, try to predict where they're going to go, save your blinks and your hooks for after they commit, and then you drag them back in. Lifestealer should be positioning that way. I mean, all of you can kind of do it, but you are, to me, you're the one with the blink and the hook. So you are the key crowd control. Bane, but Bane ult is down. So Lifestealer can't do both. Like, if Lifestealer is here and then Ursa actually chooses to blink this way, Lifestealer can't, like, instantly join. Or, like, there is no blink, then Lifestealer has to walk in. You're the one who can instantly blink and follow wherever it goes. And by positioning here, you're cutting off every possible path that Ursa can go. This way will be to Bane. This way is stuck in the base. This way is straight into you, like, either way. And your team will follow up after that. Okay. Yo, Zachy Mo, that Prime sub worked out. You had slightly higher odds for people who were subscribed. Subbed instantly, won the replay. All right, hit me with the I'm not gonna cut the recording because last time it crashed the stream. We'll just edit a 5,000 hour video if we have to. Send the match ID when you have a chance. I am going to go get some tea because I already feel myself talking a lot, and it's gonna get to me. I will run the ads to get them out of the way for this replay, and then we'll be good to go. I'll be right back. right, my water's almost done boiling. What do we got? Ooh, Herald game. Let's go. Kafka, yes, I did enjoy that. I don't know. We'll see what other replays we get and which I think will make the easiest slash best video. That one might be. I think that one's a good case study in terms of how like both heroes, both players can do better. Would you care if that became a video? I never want to like put any of you in a situation if you guys don't want a video. It's all anonymous, so it's pretty hard to find who the players are anyways, but always like to ask. Every game I have is bad. Zakimo, are you here? Who are you playing? Because I have hidden the names in case we did cut any of this into a video. Although half the time, people don't even have the same names between Twitch anyways. Shadow Shaman? Okay, nice. Any particular questions about this one? I hear my water being done boiling, so I'm going to pause right here after I take stock of the game. Go get that. See, Spectre PA, classic. That's such a pub lineup for Herald on the enemy team. Your team's actually it's you. You're the only one. I was gonna say your team's a little better, but it's really just you. This is actually also potentially a very video potential replay because this is the classic. This is how do I support 4 cores versus 5 cores to win a game. This is the pub grind you got to do sometimes. And Shadow Shaman's great, so I'm a casual player and really not sure what to focus on. Perfect. I would say for Herald, if you're a casual player, step 1, having fun, right? But 2, a lot of mechanics, just being good in the lane, keeping track of the time so you do the pulls, doing the right pull, like a half pull versus full pull versus stack, harassing effectively. Those kind of base laning stuff is a great place to just start for casual players. If you like Shadow Shaman, which you're gold, so I'm guessing he's a classic pub hero. He's a great one if you enjoy him. Map awareness to know how to split push with the ultimate effectively, because in the classic Herald pub, right? Look at this, the 9 different cores. This is how Shadow Shaman has the chance to win games on his own, is map awareness, which really comes to play in the more mid to late game. So let's get into it. Let's see if we can highlight any such situations for you. Pudge game was Divine 5. I would not believe you. I forgot about that. Oh, man. It's unranked, so there's probably a lot of party unranked ends up all over the place. But man, that's what I'm telling you guys. If you just learn to lane well and learn creep equilibrium, It'll help you climb through a lot. The Necros game in that last one could have been so much better. What just happened there? You might have accidentally canceled it. Come over here. Maybe you already know about this. Maybe you don't. Options. Channeled abilities require hold/stop. I find this very helpful. Some people don't like it. That's fair. If that was just a misclick, you usually play without it. You think it's better. Totally fine. You know, whatever options fit your playstyle. But if you don't know about it, I find these two very helpful to not accidentally cancel your teleports and channeled abilities like Shackle. But if you do want to cancel it, you have to press stop, and you can't just like right click away. So that is like a slight change to your habits you gotta adjust to, but it might be good for you. Yeah, we have a ton of different options in here if you dig through them, but especially if you're a casual player, right? Reading through a ton of options is not exactly the most fun. So happy I could already pop that out for you. Yeah, maybe that's a pudge kill with that. We won't sweat it. This is going a little too aggressive on the Doom, so like some of your team backed off, some didn't. I'm not even gonna worry about it that much. First blood is always great to go for, but in a game like in Herald is not gonna decide the game, so it's whatever. So you're running to your lane. You could teleport. I'd say that's fine. If you have a way to check high ground, you can do this kind of sentry, especially if you think they place it here, which in Herald is a pretty safe bet, actually. But you won't get a courier that can fly until level 4. You can sometimes do this trick where you just keep walking into the cliff and you'll catch it, but if they place it right in the center, it doesn't work. And it also takes a lot of time to do that. The danger here is that they put an observer sentry on the cliff and you have no idea, and then this is going to be a free D ward later. So if you have a way to check, you can do this kind of stuff. If you don't, I recommend putting it a little further out. Something like in this corner, there's a spot that's like behind this tree, but still blocking the camp. That's good. Somewhere over here is good. This kind of stuff right here, like over here, also works if you didn't block the camp at the start of the game. You want to block the camp, but you don't want to get spotted. So you come to the lane and you just drop it real quick. So like any of these spots also is okay. So it looks like it's Invoker for Slardar. This will be kind of a tough lane. It's Jug versus Slardar. Slardar is usually good versus melee heroes, and especially if all the mana's burned and you don't have the spin, like here, he already used some earlier and then got hit by the EMP. Otherwise, this would have been a kill, so good on you trying to get that shackle, but yeah, without that mana, unfortunate. Oh, boots first, oh no. We won't worry about itemization, which, by the way, your items are pretty solid. Had no idea who we'd be laning into. I know Slardar is the most common, but you never know with this kind of stuff. So I think you had a very like safe build for whatever you end up running into. Level 1, you went Shackles first. I think that's fine because you went for a First Blood. If you don't go for the First Blood, I think Ether Shock is good. You can secure creeps with it. It's also very effective harass. Yeah, get him, get him, get him. All right, that's okay. We didn't kill him, but we got a lot of damage in. You might need to buy some mangoes versus this Invoker. Okay, I see. So eventually you place your own Observer here. Does make sense why you put the sentry there. For now, it might be fine, but you will run into an issue at some point of what I mentioned, which is like sometimes you'll just run into the Observer sentry, so it might be better to wait for both. This is also, since you're casual, if you want to use cliffs for now, it's kind of okay. If you can slowly work them out of the where you ward, that'd be great, because this is so common to check. Placing it, for example, up here, very sneaky, almost never going to be caught in Herald. But anything on the cliff or anything near these boxes, because people, well, it's hit or miss. They may or may not block camps. But because of that, it's a total toss-up on whether it'll work or not, because some people will do it and some people won't because they don't know to do it. My advice would be to do the more consistent good thing, which is that whether they're doing it or not, it will work. and put your observers like out here, or if you know this camp isn't being contested, you could put it like somewhere here, not in the daytime because they'll see you in the tower. But those type of observers will live a lot longer. This is fantastic vision, but also very likely to be killed. This is the CS you can look for as a support. Technically, the core hero is supposed to do it, right? But you stand roughly in the area, and if he's gonna miss it, you help out. Some core players won't like that, but they're bad. So it's a good habit to build. Default to let them get it if they can, but watch for it. Alternatively, on this time, you could maybe attempt a stack here, or a half pull. If you do a full pull, it will shove the lane. If you don't know what a half pull is, I do have a video on it. I won't do the whole thing here, but essentially you're aiming to get the back half of the creeps. But like right here, I think he may not make it to this range creep. Range creeps in the early game, 3 tower hits, and as the third one hits, throw your auto attack, you'll get it, if they're full health. If they're not full health, then that's where it's a little tricky. It's up to you to get the hang of it. It would be okay to throw a spell to secure the range creep because they're worth a lot. But like, I don't think Jug will make it to this middle range creep. So I am getting a little gold for myself right there. All right, these creeps walked under your tower, so I know this is gonna push out. So you don't have to do it right now because the next wave is over here. But this is going to put it on my radar that in about 15 seconds, I have to be here to do a half pull. Or you can see what happens. Maybe you don't need to do it, but I at least want to be thinking about it. I'm not going to worry too much about contesting Lotuses. It is good to do. I don't want it to bait you right now in Herald, but if you can get it, it'd be great. If it's a bad position for it, don't sweat it too much. But see how it's pushed up, and this would be the time. This would be the time to be pulling this right now, and then this would fix it. This would be a half pull if you can pull that off. It's a little tricky to get the hang of it, but it would be good. I'm always hesitant to take farm. That's good. The reality is that if you're going to try to support your way out of Herald, you're going to have to get a little bit more comfortable with taking some farm because it's just the way it is in this bracket. My advice: start the game believing in your core. Let them take the CS. Based on their decision making, lower your faith in them and increase the farm you take. But you have to make that call yourself. You got a nice core player. He seems to be trying. He's a positive guy. You know, I believe in him. I'm gonna give it a shot. I'd rather lose with a nice guy than win with a toxic guy. But when they're toxic, when they're making horrible decisions, if you click them and you're like, that's a horrible build, my faith is shrinking. And that's why we play heroes like Shadow Shaman, who can be a completely true support. But if I have to do it myself, I can. And that's why it's okay to take farm. But even the nice players who are doing their best, I promise you, they will miss a good amount of farm. So the hard part about being a support in this bracket is identifying when you can or want to take the farm. But it will be a very good skill to learn over time because it will be true for the rest of the Dota career. Even I have to look for CS that my cores are going to miss. Even though they're much better players, there will be CS they can't get, and I have to get that. So it is a skill that will carry on forever if you do spend the time to learn it. I don't know where Jug went. I think he got the bounty rune. That's one of those decisions that I'm like, oh, what is my core doing? The faith going down. This, you can go pull here. Just try to be clear to the Juggernaut that you're going. This would be a good time for you both to back off. Unfortunately, you're like stepping away and they're going to the Juggernaut here. You actually can't really stop this because you used Shackle, so there's not really much you can do. This is more a Juggernaut mistake than yours. But the most you can do as a support is to at least call it out. Like, I want to go pull, don't go in. This pull, actually... So it kind of made sense, and then they did this play. So they actually killed off all the creeps. And now you see, even though we did a pull, it's pushing in. This is where the half pull is very useful, but I guess the bigger issue here is that Juggernaut died, so maybe it doesn't even matter. I have 5 million cups here. I have one with tea, one with coffee. What was this one? It was like a cereal drink earlier. Okay, let's speed up a little bit. We'll like talk a little bit more about lane stuff. Hello, Necro. But I more want to focus on, once you have level 6, the things you can look to do, and focusing in on that map awareness and where you can take farm as Shadow Shaman, because that's really where you can up your win rate on support Shadow Shaman in Herald. You can lane perfectly, but you'll have a lot of cores that feed, and if you just try to purely support them, you'll probably still have a positive win rate if you actually had perfect laning, but knowing when to carry the game yourself and how to do that, I think, will be probably something you'll need to know for this bracket. QWE maxing Shackles is good if you believe your team has a lot of kill potential. Feel it out. If things don't look so good, I think max Q is perfectly fine for pub games, especially for like mid to lower ranks.
Who's that? Thank you.
We go hard on Earth. Happy New Year. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I have to scroll. Holy shit. My guy. My guy.
Who's that? Thank you.
What is this Valorant thing that's going on that they also gift subs? I don't know. I guess I should look into that. We go hard on Earth, gifting 88 subs. You guys, that's good luck in Chinese. That is good fortune right there. Let me tell you what. Thank you so much, man. That is insane. Thank you. You are keeping this stream alive. Genuinely, thank you guys. I am always so grateful when you guys do this kind of crazy stuff. I'm honestly thankful for like 1 sub, let alone this insane amount. That is so generous, dude. Thank you. And whatever Valorant thing that's going on right now that just gave us bonus subs, also fantastic, I guess. Thanks, Valorant. I don't play your game, but thank you. Even drawn out the lurkers. Nice. New Year, luck, happiness, and fortune. Thank you very much. We've already covered all of that right here, day 1. You're helping with the fortune, and that's tons of happiness, and I am very lucky to be in this situation. Thank you guys, and thank you specifically. We go hard on Earth. Thank you so much, man. This is where like some of the mangoes earlier would help you. You might have enough mana to do that last spell there. Did I just get a sub? I think everyone got a sub except Juzzy, the only one. Maybe if you're already subscribed, potentially you may. Can you be gifted a sub at that point? I'm not even sure. All right, I want to jump ahead to when you're level 6, and let's start looking for things to kill. This is why Ether Shock, 1 point is enough nowadays that it actually hits 3 targets. It used to just hit 1, so 1 point felt kind of bad. If you want to do 1 point and get more points in Shackle, which will give you more solo kill potential at level 6, that's okay. Realities of Herald, a lot of times you can get to a tower and there's not going to be anyone there to need to solo kill. You can just take the tower. So that's where Ether Shock first, to increase the damage and the amount of targets you hit, helps a lot to push lanes faster and get to the towers to drop the ult. Get yourself some farm. Let's see. We are close to 6. If no one in your team wants to be in this lane and you just want to absorb it, that's fine with me. But if they can dive too easily and kill you for whatever reason, then just give up the tower, go get a different one. For example, while they bring 4 heroes here, we go get this tower, which your team's doing. Necro, right, he wants to defend. Look how low he is. He should not get this tower. He should just farm somewhere else. This is hard to see in the heat of the moment, but since we're doing a coaching, look at this. When they bring this many heroes down here, which you got killed so you know, or maybe it's one of your teammates getting killed, or maybe you have an observer seeing it, and Pudge is over here, look how much of the map is empty. This whole top half of the map is empty. Some of your jungle is empty, right? So this is where if you can fight it, you can fight it. If you can't, just go somewhere else. And they might have 4 heroes here, but if you have 3 heroes here, 1 in mid and 1 jungling, you're actually pulling ahead in terms of efficiency, which you don't need to worry too much about that for your current like casual level of play. But that is the idea behind I don't have to defend every tower if they're bringing that many heroes. If it's less heroes, then yeah, you can defend. But if it's too many heroes, can't really defend it. But you don't have to. You can just go farm somewhere else. All right, let's get our 6, and I'm okay with you just dropping it on this. Oh, dang. If you press Q, I think you get that kill. But no worries, no worries. You got the tower. That's the most important thing. They were all bottom. You took mid. To close out that idea of efficiency and maths, they have 4 heroes here, splitting 1 creep wave and taking 1 tower. You have 2 heroes here, taking 1 tower, so the towers are even, and you and Doom are splitting 1 creep wave 50-50. So you and Doom are 2 times more efficient than every hero here. If you had 1 hero top, the Darkseer, let's say, Darkseer's 4 times more efficient than every hero here. Someone jungling, depending how well they can jungle, maybe also, 2 to 3 times more efficient than everyone here. So that is kind of why when everyone groups up, if you can group up and fight, you can do that. If you can't, you just split up and farm. Articuno, of course, that is what I am here for. Ask away. If I ever miss your questions, I'm not trying to ignore you guys. I usually just don't see it. So feel free to ping me, repeat it. Look at me sipping through all my different cups. We do a little coffee. We do a little chrysanthemum tea with honey. Plagueis, I'm glad you were able to get something out of that, or a lot, I guess. Taking notes. I appreciate that. I am sometimes a note taker, sometimes not. I don't know why. I like flip-flop in my life on it. But I'm glad you're looking to improve and hopefully taking down a lot. I ignore you all the time. Carnage, the secret is I say I don't do it, but then I do it. But I have to say I don't do it. I gotta maintain my positive appearance. Okay. Use the ult. Got a tower. Great. Here, you can kind of see how the game is going. So if you push up to a tower, but you don't have your ultimate, it's not bad, but you're also not going to take it. So you don't have to go too crazy on that front. If you get into a fight, it might be okay because your abilities are pretty good. You're going to need teammates to do it. So this is where you enter a chill period as Shadow Shaman. If your team is trying to do stuff, you can maybe go with them. Mainly for smaller pickoffs, not full fights because you don't have your ultimate. But if that stuff's not happening and you see an empty spot on the map, it's fine to just go there and just farm it up as the Shadow Shaman to keep getting levels and gold for Mass Serpent Wards and eventually items like Blink, Aether Lens, Aghanims, Refresher. It's why Shadow Shaman is one of those win condition heroes. The Ags and the Refresher is just insane. But you actually have 2 win conditions sometimes because the Shackle is crazy long duration. So Blink, Aether Lens, sometimes a BKB. That is a win condition when you believe in your teammates. For your pub games, the Ags Refresher is going to be probably the better way to go about it. Okay, I was rambling a little bit, and I feel like you were wandering. So let me go back in time and look around again. So we got some illusion runes that have bugged out now. So here's where not much is going on. If you want to go play with a hero, you can. But otherwise, you could just, if you don't have any warding, anything like that to do, walk over here, Ether Shock this camp, just like whack, whack, whack. You will take some damage, but you've got some tangos. If you're full health, taking like 100 damage is not a huge deal. Shackles will heal you up a little bit as well, so long as you have mana, which you have arcane boots. You can buy a clarity or two as needed. If you want to get real sweaty, you can do like some backpack efficiency stuff where you drop this, use the arcane boots, pick it up. For casual play, you probably don't need to do that, but if you want to get real sweaty and try hard, there you go. But that way, we kind of like wander in a circle for a little bit here. But that way you would have picked up maybe like 100 gold from doing that hard camp. You did do this, you checked this cliff, so it's not like you did nothing. Maybe this camp, right? So we come here, they thought there was a ward, I do my support duties, I got nothing else to do. Zap! Whack, whack, whack. Farm it. You do have to be careful a little bit about stealing farm, but I also think for this bracket, you don't have to worry about it too much, so... An Angie emote. Wait, what would that look like though? I am up for it. I'm trying to figure out emotes to order. There's different like pack sizes, so if we have enough ideas, hit me with it. Also, you asked to ask a question and then I ignored it. Let me see the question. Saw your one video where you told that hard support should always focus his itemization for his carry. However, suppose I'm playing CM as a hard support and I can see that if I make Scepter BKB, the game will change. On the other hand, I'm also seeing that my carry can't do anything because of the bad draft he needs Lotus. So what should I do in this scenario? The tough ones. This is where it gets tricky, and it does come down to your own judgment in the game on how you can win. Because both could be viable, right? The two scenarios you laid out, perhaps you are against a lot of single, like a Shadow Shaman, like we're watching now. Lotus is very good versus him, so he can't lock down your carry for 10 seconds. So Lotus could be the game-changing factor. There will be other games where they don't have any BKB piercing abilities, and the BKB ult will be hugely impactful. And it really comes down to just identifying how the game is going. I can't really give you a blanket statement on like, these are all the situations this will work, these are all the situations that'll work, because it really just comes down to it. So what I would recommend is you actually you factor in a couple things. Your rank. The reality is that fully supporting your cores works a lot better when your cores are consistently good, which as you get to, I'd say, Archon, you can start believing in a little bit more. And the higher you go, the more so it's true. But for a lot of ranks, I would say, some of them are not very good cores and will break their items and tilt out and leave. And so having a little bit of self-scaling is good. But I do think the hero you play also factors into that. For example, Crystal Maidens, what you highlighted, the Blink, BKB, Aghanim Scepter type ult, that is her one way to carry, and it really only works in team fights. Her scaling is not that good compared to others. She's really meant to be like a support. Heroes like Shadow Shaman that we're watching right now, Snapfire when she's better, Marcy. There's various supports that can support, but have more scaling options. I like those to then make those judgment based on the game, how things are going, to do what you said. I don't remember exactly which video you watched where I said that, but it kind of comes down to the game. To give you a scenario, let's say I had a Huskar on my team or a Meepo. They are the win condition. I don't need to do my own scaling. I'm supposed to win with them in 20 to 30 minutes, ideally. So all my items are going to be like Drum, Solar Crest, that type of item, depending on which hero and all that. But it's all in on them because that's the way I win. The longer a game goes, the more it becomes potentially about your own scaling. And especially if you don't have faith in those heroes. Let's say the Huskar is having a horrible time, but you also, for whatever reason, have a Phantom Assassin on your team and you know she's going to win. I'm going to play less for Huskar, going to focus more on PA. Maybe I don't have that PA. I have some other core who's having a bad time, but I am Marcy, and I know I can carry the game if I punch people to death. So then I might focus more on myself. It really does depend on the game. I'm sorry that's not easy peasy clean and cut, but that's Dota. I don't think there's not sure there's a more specific way to get into it outside of like looking at the exact game and talking it through. Yeah, Hoodwink's another scaling option. Ooh, look at that illusion micro. I like it. Okay, here's a good situation of support pushing the lane. No one's in this bottom lane. It'd be great to get this tier 1 tower. Your ultimate's almost up. Maybe you don't even need to ult it. We'll see. Here is how you safely push as a support and especially as Shadow Shaman. So this is why if you have Ether Shock maxed out, it'll be easier for you in these type of situations. But if you, depending how much information you have on the map, if you walk up, you sit in the creep wave, you hit everything, you'll get the most farm, but you're at the most risk because they see you. If you know they're not here, then go ahead and do that. Maximize the farm. If you're a little scared, really, we just need to get this lane shoving as quickly as we can, which you already have more creeps than they do, so it is pushing on its own, but we can help it along with a quick Ether Shock, a couple auto attacks. So walk in here. I pick the most valuable creep. It's usually the range creep, but sometimes there are banner creeps and they're actually worth more. You know, like focus it down with your spells and your auto attacks if you can, and then get out. You don't have to get every single CS. You just need the lane to be pushing. And as I do this, this is where you got to build the habit. I walk up here, and as I'm walking, I'm watching this mini map, and I'm like, okay, Invoker, PA, and Slardar. I'm scared of getting pudge hooked. And in this case, Spectre actually makes split pushing really hard. Let's pretend Spectre's not in this game. She's actually in a lot of games right now, but let's say it's one of those games Spectre's banned out or something. So you can actually split push as a support. So you would walk up, looking at that. Okay, I'm here. I'm gonna A-click this creep. Still watching my minimap. Press Q. Glance between. Right. A-click this creep. He's not dodging my auto attacks, right? So I don't need to like keep my eye on him the whole time. I'm scared. All the heroes just missed are off the map. Are they all teleporting down here to kill me? Maybe. Probably not all of them, but I'm also just a support. It doesn't need to be all of them. It can just be a couple. So here's where I'm kind of scared. You know, maybe I'm finishing this range creep and running. And it feels a little bad because like I wanted that banner creep. I wanted that range creep. That's why we try to focus it first when we walk up. And that way, if we walk away, it's hopefully the less valuable creeps that are left alive. But you don't always get to choose when they appear and disappear on the map. So this is where we run. The mistake a lot of people will make is they run straight back in the lane to get out, or they'll even like run back behind a tree, TP out. What if they aren't coming? What if they're still just mid, waiting for this next creep wave, and they're top waiting for the next creep wave, and the others are jungling? And now you're back in your fountain, or you're back here, and you go, oh shit, I can actually push again. I gotta walk all the way back. Too much downtime. All you're gonna need to do, run and hide in a tree. Depending how scared you feel, run further and further into the tree. But waiting back here is much closer than waiting in the fountain. And while you wait here, you just watch the minimap. So let's play forward a little bit. Let's see what happens. So this is where things are scary. Spectre ult could be coming. Pudge hook could be coming. These denies, don't worry about them. Denies are really good to do in the laning stage. No one is actually here potentially on the enemy team. So even if these creeps die, it's not a big deal. Also, if you're pushing into the tower to potentially take the tower, you want as many creeps as you can possibly have to achieve one of two things. One, you take the tower, either with just the creeps or with your ultimate tanked for by the creeps. Or two, you bait the enemy team to come in, because this is the next part about playing support, pushing in lanes. The core see 50 creeps walking in, they're like, I gotta go. I cannot resist the creeps. And so they TP in. And this has now forced a movement over here. They can't move anywhere else because they TP'd here. So you could potentially TP top and go start a big fight top, and it'll be like a 5-on-4 because whoever came here can't show up. Ignoring heroes like Spectre who could come and then show up with it all, whatever. So walking with the creep here is actually pretty dangerous when you're doing the split pushing stuff. After you get all the CS you can, or can't, you just have to go hide, just go run in the trees, or at least be further back. So that if a hero is coming in, the creeps will see them first, and you won't see the other hero. They won't know you're still here or not. So yeah, now you're starting to hide. maybe you're looking to jungle. That would be generally okay. But if the enemy team is going to kill you, odds are it's coming in from this way. So that's why I'm a little scared to go in here. Again, it just depends on the map awareness you've been tracking. If you know the heroes aren't here, then this is fine. In this case, you're going to get D-Ward. This is where I am a little scared versus a hero like Spectre, who might just show up and kill me. But you see, so proper supporting, what you're doing is fine. You push the lane, you left. Herald supporting, we kind of want a little bit more for ourselves. So you did this, and you're maybe going to go join your team. The path you're taking is actually a little risky that you might run into hero. So it would actually be better to like do the D-Ward, go Twin Gate, whatever. This is the situation where if you die, it's kind of an acceptable support death because like sometimes you have to take the risks on the warding. But once the warding or D-Warding is done, further walking in here is kind of scary. But if we're trying to get more, this is why we don't leave and we stay around here. And I'm looking at this map and I'm like, Slardar's still here. Invoker's here. Kind of scared of the others, so maybe I'm not going to show. So I'm just like waiting in this tree line. And I'm at least getting XP. If you don't know, by the way, you can hover this XP. There's also another setting that's hidden. Dota Labs up here. Scroll down. Miscellaneous. Persistent range indicators. If you want to alt, right-click this, it will pop up a permanent range indicator on the XP. That's how close you can stand to the creeps to get XP. And that's why I can be in this tree line completely out of sight, but still getting XP, which will help me get higher level ultimates, higher level abilities to do more with in the game. And if I feel safe enough, I can walk out and actually get the gold. But if I'm scared, I'll just stay in the trees. But this way, let's say I was in the tree line and suddenly 4 heroes show up to kill these guys. If you think you can make a difference, you can TP in. If you think it's too late to make a difference, now, if I had ran home, I'm like, oh shit, I gotta get all the way over here. From where you are, oh shit, I gotta get all the way over here. They might finish the kill and then TP over. But if you're waiting in the trees, pop, zap, walk, ult. Like instantly, this fight is still going on and their tower's being killed by Serpent Wards. And that's kind of how you rat the map as Shadow Shaman. So as we go, you're coming to defend mid. I actually forgot this wasn't a mid Invoker for a moment. So actually maybe you can defend versus Invoker. If it was a mid hero, they'll probably just kill you. And that's why I'd rather go somewhere they hopefully aren't. And you will do a very similar amount of damage. Because in the early game, the creeps actually do the most damage to towers compared to like the heroes, with some exceptions. But also by walking here, you see like all these creeps already died, so we kind of didn't get anything out of it. Whereas if you stayed here, you would have. If you want to defend, I would say TP in rather than walk over. Oh, you don't have one right now, so I guess that's why you walked. But in that case, you know, I'd hope a teammate could go and you can stay here. Because now look at this, right? It turns out they are all up here and no one on your team is bottom. That's why this is where it's kind of counterintuitive. Because the high level play, the support maybe shouldn't be doing that and someone else should be doing it. It's just the reality of lower ranked games. Like you just have to do it. This is how you support your way out, is you kind of do some non-support things. And you'd be down here and hopefully the couple heroes you had mid, hopefully one of them would come mid. And now they're protecting mid while you're taking this tower, which is punishing them for having this many heroes up here, potentially getting a kill on Jug and Darkseer. Maybe you'll get this Invoker kill. Nowadays, it's not so bad to use your ultimate to get kills, so I don't mind too much. That was a support Invoker, so it feels a little worse. If it's a core hero, that feels better. You probably didn't need to use it because Doom is doing okay. I think he would have had the damage, but I'd rather you throw it out and get the kill than not, and then as you play more and you get a feel for whether you need it or not, you can reduce it. Articuno, we are doing the raffles, so I can't promise, but we're going to do several more raffles today, and if you want to stick around and join them, then maybe we'll be able to look at your game, or maybe any of the other advice you hear as we go will be useful, although I guess this is more about how to not be a hard support, so maybe this is not so much for you. This kind of D-Ward is really risky, by the way. Notice on your minimap, we don't see anyone. Turns out there is an observer here. But if you think there's an observer, which is why you're coming to check it, right? Well, you just have to pretend there is an observer there. Do I feel comfortable going? And we are usually position 5. Even if you are getting more farm than usual, you're probably not that strong compared to the cores. So as you walk under their observer, they will see you and they will decide, should we kill that Shadow Shaman? Especially if someone is in here and we don't know because we don't have vision here. So once you are around here and you start showing and they see you walking to the cliff, they know it's like, hey, he's about to check that cliff. Pudge is like, get over there, throw the hook and then pull you in and kill you. And you're at a big disadvantage. You got no idea whether they can see you or not. So when you're dewarding the enemy's half of the map, especially, this is where you kind of want to wait to see stuff. So for example, you stick around here, defending mid, maybe do a little jungling. We see that fight happen here. 4 heroes show up here. That's the cue. I can't get here to help. I'm going to bolt over here. And if I want to check here, I'll check it. If I want to place a deep ward, maybe I'll like run in and place it here. When I don't see anything on the map, I don't know who's here. And it turns out, yeah, look, PA and Pudge are here. But if I know 4 heroes are top, and maybe I have an observer that spots like the last one here, or maybe I see 4 heroes, but the last hero that's not showing is someone I'm not that scared of. It's like a support Crystal Maiden that I know I can get away from. Then I'm willing to take my bets to come in here. This kind of stuff, hit or miss on whether you get punished in Herald, but as you get higher, this will be punished more and more. So it's good to cut this out of your habits now. This is a dangerous thing to do. Wait till you see more information to do it. This is where a lot of support deaths come in from support players who feel like, I have to ward, I have to deward. It's true, but we want to pick the best time to reduce our odds of dying. Like so. Yeah, I'm telling you, this is a classic. I can't tell you how many times I see this kind of stuff happen. It is one of the most common mistakes for support players. You're not the... Okay, this game you're literally kind of the only support. But in other games, other support players out there, when this happens, whatever instigates it, in this case, it's the support coming for a pretty risky D-ward. Other cases, it's just a gank happening. 3 heroes show up here, right? If I'm the other support and I happen to be top, this is my cue. I was too scared to come in here before. Shadow Shaman's dying. He's making a mistake, but I can capitalize on that mistake and I can run in here. And even if there was an observer that sees me doing it, there's not a hero here because the heroes are killing Shadow Shaman. And now I have time to drop the sentry, check, come to the next one, check this one, find whatever I do or don't, and then place my deep ward. And that is my best bet of doing it without being killed. And then I get out as Shadow Shaman dies and I watch them scatter on the map. I'm like, oh shit, they're coming over here, right? I better run. But those are the kind of like windows you want to look for. If you're not warding, okay, see this Darkseer who just TP'd out? Who's gonna get this Darkseer? Full health Darkseer, mana missing a little bit. He's got Arcane Boots, Soul Ring, Trusty Shovel. He's like totally fine, right? This many heroes are showing here. The Darkseer, it doesn't matter if it's a core or support. Just someone has to do it. Whoever is up here has to go shove this in. No one's up here. Okay, there might be someone. We know 3 heroes. There's 2 heroes potentially missing. But that's pretty good odds to walk up here and Ion Shell. And you don't have to be in the creep wave, right? You can wait in the trees like we were saying. Kind of watch what happens. So let's pretend I'm Darkseer. I'm not TPing home right now. I'm walking this way. I'm a little scared. I Ion Shell. If I'm not Darkseer, let's say I'm Shadow Shaman and I don't have that kind of ability, right? I'm in these trees. I'm letting the creeps go first in case there was a Slardar. Slardar didn't show on this gang. Maybe he was jungling and he's following the creep wave now. If I was here, we would see each other and I'd go, oh shit, I'm the support, I'm dead. He goes, oh boy, free kill, right? So I don't want to see each other at the same time. That's why I'm in the tree lines. And now I see him from my creeps. He doesn't know I'm there. He might have an idea. Maybe he saw me earlier, but he doesn't know I'm like specifically behind this tree or whatever. So now I get to decide. If I'm like waiting here, I'm watching the minimap. I'm like, okay, those 2 are still there. I'm kind of scared still though. Pudge, Slardar, I didn't see them. So I'm just waiting here. Depending on your abilities, you might be able to use them without showing on the minimap. So someone like Jakiro can dual breath from Fog of War and no one will know. If they're looking, they will see it happening. But if it's just on the minimap, nothing is going to show up here that an ability is happening. So this is where you try to do it very quickly. Because even if you do show, not everyone is watching the minimap the whole time. So if you're Shadow Shaman and you have to peek your head out to Ether Shock and then hide in the trees again, maybe they miss it. They just didn't catch it on the minimap. We're just humans. There's not computers that catch everything. So you just do it real quick and then get out. And that's why I'm not going to sit here getting every last hit, because now I'm increasing the window that they look at their minimap and they go, oh shit, free kill, nice. You know, and they come over and kill me. So you just pop out, zap, hide. Maybe it doesn't push in the lane. That's okay. You just fall back again, wait for the next creep wave, pop out, zap a second time. And let's wrap this point home. Boom. Look at the enemy's positions. No one was up here. So this is Darkseer, like leaving this area because he got scared, but there was no reason. I don't know why he left actually, but he shouldn't have. Right now, this is all inefficiency for your team, and someone should do it. Core supports, I don't care. But this is where the supports, those of you who are scared to farm, this is that opportunity. You hung around, you hid in the trees. None of the cores came here. This is farm to be had. Zap! Back in the trees. We are tree people. Herald support, it's tree life. Spend your time in the trees. Let's look how many creep waves die up here. Here's another one. Okay, now PA's here, right? And that's why I'm like popping in and out. And PA might show, and maybe I was waiting in the trees. I'm like, oh shit, I'm not doing that. I'm waiting for PA to leave. Big fight down here, I guess. We have all of us. You got your ult. You could drop your ult, but it's kind of a big enough creep wave. I think you don't need to. In this situation, I would keep waiting behind the trees to see what happens. If you're here, let's say they do want to fight and they have a blink or something. It's actually great to get you. You're an easy kill. You're the longest chain stuns. So if someone jumps in too far, you would lock it down. But if they kill you first, fantastic. You can save them. They can't really save you, right? So if you're behind the tree and then Juggernaut, like Slardar blink stuns or Pudge Hook, okay, we can't help that. But Spectre jumps Necro or Juggernaut, you can come out and Hex and Shackle and maybe get a return kill. But if they jump you, maybe they'll get a return kill, but you'll probably die in the process. So as a support, it's usually not worth hitting this tower. Shadow Shaman actually has a lot of damage, 95, but your items don't really give you attack speed, right? So compared to Juggernaut, he has more damage than you. He attacks way faster than you. His attacks are worth way more on this tower. You're contributing like 200 damage to his like 800. You don't need to risk yourself for that like tiny 20 damage auto attack. Again, for you have more, but other heroes like Crystal Maiden, it's like, why are you hitting the tower? You don't need to hit the tower. You're just going to die. A lot of heroes here. If you're not joining in, you got to shove it in. Necro actually left you guys. This is really bad. This is hard to catch in Herald, but it's a great skill to identify. We knew there were 4 heroes here. Boom. Necro just appeared out of nowhere. I know he was bottom, and now he's here. So I know he teleported. And now I know, at most, there's 4 heroes here. So if we bring all 5 heroes here, we can fight if it's a roughly even game or we're just playing a game of numbers here. Try to be aware of this stuff. It's pretty hard to call. But as a support in this situation, I would say, like, Necro left, we have to be careful. This is a very dangerous situation for you guys now. See if you guys actually get punished for it. Here comes the Slardar. I'm not going to worry. You could have killed him. You just need to throw out the Hex or the Shackle. I'm not going to worry about it too much on the actual execution of abilities. But you see how you didn't get caught here? They went for these guys because they were showing first. And in Herald, out of sight, out of mind. If you don't show, you don't exist anymore. So they will jump the first thing they see, and now you get to react, and you get to do your support stuff and not be the focus. In this case, it looks like maybe it's just a retreat. If you can. Oh, maybe it's kind of a tough one. Oh, hey, Necro, what's up? I don't know if you should be here, Necro. Stay near my ult. Ah, dang, we almost got it. Yeah, that was not the play, but that wasn't you, so we're not gonna worry about it. Oh, these tornadoes are destroying you guys. All right, I think we covered some useful stuff. Let's identify like one more case of split pushing, and then maybe we stop and move on to the next one. Right here, you TP'd to try to help. That's fine. It's not working now. So run over to this twin gate. We got to get out of here. If you just walk back, it might be fine. But if you're a slow hero and they're fast, as they potentially look to capitalize on getting the kills, they're going to move this way. Might run you down, especially if you just run through the lane. And they might have wards, who knows. So I recommend you pop through this twin gate. In Herald, a lot of people don't ward for the twin gates. You can pop out here. We know a bunch of heroes are here. You know where they're not? Not up here. But they might be going back to heal and then show up here, so we do have to be careful, and that's why we are tree people, and we're going to wait in the trees. Let's see what you end up doing. So you're doing the direct run back home. If you jungle a little bit on the way, it's kind of okay, but it won't force anything from the enemy team, which is what pushing in a nether lane would do. In this case, this lane was already pushing for you guys, but maybe it wasn't, and maybe you did it. Someone on the enemy team, like this, would come in, and now this creates an opportunity somewhere else. In the same way they jumped you guys after Necro TP'd away, this is Pudge TPing home, or TPing to a lane, and maybe your team can do something. Not every time, but sometimes. I like this jungling, this ward. It's not a great ward, but it does let you see a couple heroes there for a moment. 2 heroes. I saw Pudge TP top. I see Invoker here. So maybe we can go for Invoker. He's probably by himself. But I can also just wait in the trees. I'm not that scared. See how you're going like way to the left? Maybe suddenly they all show, and now I gotta walk all the way back. But if you just wait in the trees, especially with this ward and this ward, should be relatively safe. You should see people coming in. Look at all it go away. This is the farm. I don't care if it's a core or a support, but someone can get this. Shove it out. It's also why, as a support, you might be conflicted of, like, well, how do I join fights? That's what the TP is for. So try to walk to these, and then when stuff is happening top, teleport early, walk over as needed. That's the hard part. You got to make that judgment call. You don't want to TP out here, then go shove a lane, and then you might be stuck here and you can't TP out, which is part of being a tree person. When you're hiding in the trees, you can TP out when too many heroes show up and you can't walk away anymore. But you could also show up to help your team if needed. I'm going to open the raffle. If you guys want to join the next one, !replay. And we'll pick the next one in a moment. Plagueis. Rank confidence is just based on how frequently you play. It is the game trying to figure out where you belong and how confident it is that it has you in the right spot. So you used to be Legend, took a big break, MMR dropped a lot. So the game's confused about you. It's like, is he Legend? He's in Guardian. I don't know where to put him. The more you play, it will figure out where you go, and the rank confidence will go up. If you're not playing a lot, that's why the rank confidence isn't moving up very much. Especially if you're having inconsistent performances. The game is like super confused. Like, who the hell is this guy? I don't know where to put him. As you play more, that will go up. It won't really affect your games too much, except that you will be potentially placed in different spots because it's trying to figure it out. So it's like, oh, put him against Crusaders. And if it's really confident you're a Crusader, it's going to put you against a bunch of Crusaders. If you have very low rank confidence, like Guardian, Archons, Legends, like, it's going to move you around a little bit, especially in unranked. I think. I don't know exactly how matchmaking works, but that is my rough understanding of the rank confidence. The more you play, the more it'll go up and then stay there. Like, mine barely moves if I don't play for a while because I usually play consistently enough. But lately I haven't been playing as much, so my rank confidence does go down a bit. $117 in my last 20. So this is where the system's getting kind of worried about you. It's like, is this guy a smurf? That's probably why the rank confidence is low. Because it is like, I have him low, but he's like winning every game. And that goes back to you just taking a break a long time. You know, the habits are coming back. But the system doesn't know that, right? It's just a coded system. So I think the more you play, it'll settle down. Look at all these Cliff Wards. Cliff Ward here. Here. Another good skill in Herald. Learn some non-Cliff Ward spots. There's videos for that. I won't go through too many. But pretty much, hover a sentry on the cliff like this. Put it anywhere outside that circle. A little bit further because there's a little bit of wiggle room on here. But like instead of this cliff, look at this sentry circle and then put it like here. Your wards will survive probably, for Herald, probably like 90% of the time. And although there are times for cliff wards, as a general rule, a ward that survives is better than a ward that dies. Even if it doesn't see as much. With exceptions, we try to balance it as much as possible. Team fights are a good time to put cliff wards. But in Herald, look, people are moving all around the map. You guys aren't defending a single cliff ward. So though you might say, Zach, look, we only have 2 tier 2s left. Let's play here. I'm going to put a cliff ward here. And then your Necro TP's out here. You know, so it doesn't really work. That's why I would recommend, like, instead of the observer on this cliff, maybe you put it like back here, a little bit more likely to survive. Maybe you even put it down here, put it to the edge over here. Maybe at nighttime you're smoked, you can sneak it back here. Way more likely to survive. And that way when your team abandons this position, it'll still live. If your team does play here, you know what? This is still helpful. Maybe not as good as this, but still helpful. If you guys end up doing some cliff wards, I don't mind, but I just see a bunch die. Look, this one, look, another one! Oh no, are we stuck in here? Uh-oh. Darkseer probably should have came, but if you can't come for whatever reason, then at least shoving the lane is a good thing to do. Maybe his TP was on cooldown. Maybe he thinks that fight is doomed. He doesn't want to show up. Shoving the lane right away is good. Pudge tried to kill him for his support. Maybe you do die, but kind of you bait something so that they're not just immediately pushing your high ground. I'm guilty of cliff warding. Don't worry, many people are. But no longer. It's a relatively easy one to fix, I would say. As long as you remind yourself, put a little like sticky note on your monitor or something. Try to, like, if it's weird to you, you don't have to do every single one off a cliff, but start like alternating a bit. It's like, I put one on a cliff, I'm gonna put one not on a cliff next, right? Just start the habit. And I think over time you'll start seeing, it's like, oh wow, like there's a lot, the ones that survive really aren't on the cliff. You know, if we go to free perspective, look at this, cliff, cliff, cliff. It is so common in this bracket. And it makes sense. It's like the default spot. The game put it there. So that's what a lot of people go to. But that's why as soon as you break that habit, it's actually really good. There's more details on that, on like when to use cliffs in the video I have. There's like a warding playlist with the most recent ones in there. You can find it on the channel if you want. Shifty Mang P, but I think Mango. Congrats. What is so shifty about mangoes? I'll tell you what's shifty. Where is the seed in the middle? Why is sometimes the seed skinny and other times a little bit fatter? And then you cut into the seed and it's gross. Blech. I hate the inside of a mango seed. Disgusting. Blech. Anytime I accidentally cut into one, I want to die. I can't believe Jug didn't die there. That's true. The cliffs for like new or casual players, the cliff is it's like the easy spot, and that's I think it does serve its purpose for that. But that's why it's good to break away. I'm not like these other new players. You don't normally play 5, playing Crystal Maiden this game. Okay. Do you know roughly what rank this is? It doesn't really matter that much. It looks like you're Archon usually. It just gives me a frame of reference. Loading up. Don't play CM. No, CM's good. She's a little tricky. You just got to know how to get value out of her. You don't want to play... So I'm going to stereotype you here for a moment. If you don't usually play 5, and then maybe you end up in roll queue for it, or maybe you're just trying it out, a lot of people go for Crystal Maiden because they think, oh, my aura is like enough. I'll just be a bot, you know? And a lot of people push it. Like new players come into the game, like, oh, just play Crystal Maiden. You know, you don't have to do anything. I think Crystal Maiden is a terrible hero for like a brand new support player because positioning is so important on her, and you have to manage your spell usage. I tell this story every now and then, but the very first hero I ever played, I had played League of Legends. My friend was like, let's try Dota. So like, okay, I'll download Dota. I entered a bot game. I'm like, Crystal Maiden. I like ice-themed characters. You know, I go into the bot game. I use a spell. I don't have any mana to use another spell. It's like, what? This is garbage. This is terrible. You know, in League, you can like infinitely cast spells. I'm like, this is horrible. I try to like hit things. I have the noodle attack. It's the slowest attack in the world. I'm trying to like walk different places. I'm like, this is horrible. It's so slow. You have to know what you're doing with Crystal Maiden. She's a great hero to learn because I think she fits so many lineups. But I think for someone brand new to Dota, or maybe you're not a support player, you're going to get killed a lot, and you're not going to know how to get the full effective value out of her. But now you will with this replay analysis. Let's go. Avelto, what's up? Can't misplay the aura. But you can. You really only need like 1 point. A lot of people put too many in it. Okay, so for Crystal Maiden... Oh, I think I jumped ahead a little bit. Oops. One thing, I was wondering if I should have gone sniper after sniper mid more. Okay, we'll take a look when that happens. I would say probably not, because you're not really good at ganking, and it looks like you have a mid necro. So it's not like you have a Void Spirit who hits 6, and he can jump in first, grab the sniper, you close in, you follow up. You're both slow heroes who have to walk at a long-range sniper with shrapnel. Probably not going to really work outside of grabbing a power rune or like snipers really pushed up. In which case, maybe. But we'll just have to see. You've started with Frostbite. That's not bad. I would hold the skill point. Q can be really good if there's a... Hold on. Let me finish this. I got something else to say, and then we'll keep going. Q is really good at some of these first blood fights because you hit like 4 heroes at a time. It's insane value. It's also good in the lane to secure range creeps if your core can't, which Drow is kind of okay with frost arrows, but also not the best. So if you want to save it to like Q the lane, then that's good. The other reason in this particular game, Frostbite might not be that great is because you're against a Tidehunter. And dispels mean Frostbite doesn't really get much value. But even if the slow gets dispelled, you at least get the full value damage out of Crystal Nova. So there's kind of 2 ways to play the lane for Crystal Maiden for anyone new to the hero. QW is a lot of damage. You're going to need to buy some mangoes. You have a stick, that's fine versus the Tide. Buy some mangoes with your starting gold from like the bounty runes. Because once you hit level 2, you've maybe Crystal Nova'd once or twice at level 1. So you did like some damage to them. You poked a little bit. Your core poked. They're at like 2/3 health. You hit level 2. Maybe you open... It doesn't exactly matter which one you open with, but let's say Frostbite. We Frostbite. 1.5 second root, 9 second cooldown. So we're already down to 7.5 seconds before the next Frostbite's up. We did 150 damage. We Crystal Nova our target and maybe another hero. 110 more damage. So we're now up to 260. And then we hit them with the 20% slow for 5 seconds. By the time the 5-second slow is over, excuse me, there's only 2.5 more seconds before the second Frostbite for another 150 damage. And then the Crystal Nova, which is only 11-second cooldown, is also almost up for a second Crystal Nova, and maybe you threw a blood grenade in the middle of that. which means at level 2 with some mangoes and the blood grenade, 4 spells and the blood grenade is like 500 damage with resistances. So as long as you've poked a little bit or your core helps, it's a lot of first blood potential against certain heroes. Tide not really being one of them because he's really tanky and he will have the dispel pretty early. But there's a lot of squishy 5s. Look at like Dark Willow's health. She has a circlet and a blood grenade, so she's a little tankier than usual. But like a little bit of poke, and then she's half health trying to contest you. Boom, cycle with the spells, easy kills. A lot of people underestimate Crystal Maiden's damage because of that. QE is the other way to potentially play a lane that I would say is very safe for new Crystal Maiden players. Crystal Nova to hit the range creep, and then Arcane Aura to have more mana to hit the range creep. You'll do this in really bad matchups where you have no kill potential or where your core has no way to secure range creeps, so that you can just keep doing it. And it's a bad matchup, but you hit them with the Crystal Nova like every creep wave, and it just keeps them low, 110 damage technically every 11 seconds, but you probably can't maintain that. Like once a creep wave for every range creep. Keeps them low enough that they can't like dive you even if they have a good matchup. 2 blanket ways to play here. I want to throw out, guys, there's currently a meta going on that people are just standing in corners and using the penguin and going, wah, 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 wah. If you can organize your team to smoke for first bloods, so many people are just sitting and doing this. You can pick up first bloods easily right now. It's like a wrap around here. You walk around, wah, wah. Where's this guy going to go from here, right? This is shit positioning, but everyone's out here farming the penguins. Get out there, get your kills. I'm doing it too, guys. I'm also farming some of the penguins, but tactically, it's really bad. All right, this is some crazy positioning from the Necro. Oh, got a free shrapnel out, though. If you guys are going to do this, you would do it way sooner. Not like now. You don't want to be in the front, so even though you start and 3 of you are focusing Tide, you're so squishy. You have like 200 less health than him. You died first. So you want to be at the edge, Frostbite, stand back, go again. That's true for the rest of the game, pretty much. You have very low cooldown spells, but you will be pretty squishy until level 15. Well, more like level 10, but 15 with like the cast range is even better. There's your mediocre tankiness and long range. Close your eyes, Tide. You didn't see that. If you ever TP to the lane and you're a little late, this is where putting things like right here so you can do it real quick and then get straight to the lane works out. So we have Frostbite. That's not bad in the right matchups. Frostbite level 1. Sometimes you do Arcane Aura, especially if you might jungle more. But going Frostbite into Crystal Nova is also fine, especially if there's only one hero you care about harassing, because Frostbite is more damage on a single hero, and your core has like a way to secure range creeps. This Observer is not bad in general, but if the enemy is clicking you, Tide saw you here. You had an Observer. Let's say you placed a sentry just before, but he should know, like, what the hell is Crystal Maiden doing here? I promise you she's blocking the camp. I don't even have to click your items to know that. Then they click you again as you come in from this way, and it's like, the Observer's gone. I know it's somewhere around here. So if you get to lane and you still have your Observer and they see you, you're probably just holding that Observer for a couple minutes. You also have to be careful of doing this because we don't know where Dark Willow is, so you might end up in a bad spot like this. You have to Frostbite her and then kind of like back away. And then this is the danger of Crystal Maiden. You're so slow, so anyone who is better than you at right clicks, which is just about every hero in the game, will beat you in this war. That's why you want to stay in the lane a lot more for 2 reasons. Your level 2 is really good. The QW kill combo I just highlighted, we want that ASAP. I don't care that you want solo XP. We're splitting even until I'm level 2. If you're going for the aura, then that's fine. It's weaker, but you also get the aura sooner, so you get more mana, right? Either build, it's really good to be in the lane, and it mitigates the fact that you're going to get run down as this squishy-ass Crystal Maiden. They can't run through the creeps. And in fact, if they do, you will Frostbite them, and then they'll be stuck tanking creeps. Once you're level 2, you can feel a little bit more confident coming out here because your level 2 abilities are stronger than most other heroes. Like compare Dark Willow's. Bramble Maze, 50 damage per tick, and it's 1 second at level 1. So that should be 100 damage, because I think the ticks are half seconds, unless I'm forgetting something. And then Shadow Realm's 120. So her 2 spells are 220 compared to your 260, and her cooldowns are 22 seconds and 22 seconds, whereas yours are 11 and 9. So when it comes to the level 2 fight here, you have like double her firepower, as long as you don't walk through like every single bramble. But I'm confident you will not do that. Notice so far how little time we've actually spent in the lane. We're constantly in the jungle. Don't do that. Let Dark Willow do that. She's kind of doing the same thing. It's working out. You just stick in the lane, let her wander around. That's where you hit level 2 first into her level 1. Now you kill her. Or Tide is like, what are you doing? I'm being harassed. Like, you're being useless. He's tilted already. So there is a balance of keeping this camp stuff open. But if you can also just play the lane, that's usually better. And this is really a common mistake for people who don't play support. They have this idea that you have to pull, and it's part of it, but they spend way too much time like over here. Nowadays, a lot of supporting, you actually stick in the lane quite a lot. And especially at level 1 to level 2, you do not want to be baited being in the jungle too much. Item-wise, I would go more early consumables instead of this Ring of Regen. Crystal Maiden is very much about how the first few levels go, which already is going to be fixed a little bit by you being in the lane, but by buying mangoes so that you can go through that spell rotation I talked about. This is a very expensive spell rotation if you're doing that. Even if you're not doing that, this aura is not going to be enough to maintain Crystal Nova or Frostbite spam. So 1 or 2 mangoes is always good. Nowadays, people buy Clarities more than they used to on Crystal Maiden because of her passive, so it's really cost effective. But these are all consumables. But it's the way you play because your spells are so powerful at the start. So you get a lot of value out of it. Hopefully a kill, but if not, you lower them enough that your Drow could maybe pick up a CS lead, which in this case hasn't really happened. Okay, lane's in a good spot. So this is kind of okay, some poking, but also we don't want to miss too much XP. You come alive more at like level 3 when you have like a point and everything. So this is a little bit too far. You're missing some of the XP. And it also looks like you're gonna die. Some of the earlier poke was pretty good. I would say up to about here. As Tide comes in, you don't want to move this way because you're moving yourself further from the tower. You actually want to like hug this area right now. And that way, if you see them coming in, you can get back. You actually have to be a little careful against Dark Willow because Bramble can block your path. But otherwise, most heroes, like standing around here, would be quite safe. This is kind of the one way you die, is that they turn around and just use slows and roots. And if you just stayed here, what's happening? This camp is blocked. You might have been thinking, oh, I want to go fake body block. It doesn't really matter. Nowadays, you can kind of expect that so many of these are blocked or unblocked. People should be buying sentries. If you can fake it, great. But you never want to risk your life to create that facade. And Crystal Maiden is like risking her life every time to do it. So let the sentry serve its purpose. I bought it to block that camp. I will buy another one to block that camp. But if I die, that's costing me my sentry gold. So then I can't. Then it's going to hurt. Sentry on this cliff is kind of okay, but you are Crystal Maiden, so potentially you could use Crystal Nova. Your mana pool is small enough that I don't really want to do that in the early levels, so I don't mind if you put the sentry on here. But depending on your current mana levels, you might do that. You might put the sentry on the low ground and then Crystal Nova the cliff. In the future, when you have more items and levels, pretty much no sentry should ever go on the cliff. I'm sure there are exceptions, but as a general rule for Crystal Maiden and any high ground checking hero, you're throwing away an advantage. It's like such a power to have a high ground checking spell that if you put your sentries on the high ground, it's like, I don't want that power. It's too much. This should also go a little further. Your sentry's a little low, so this is out, which I generally like. But two things. One, if they put their sentry on the higher end, there's a chance it catches this. But also, this camp is blocked, and I don't know where Dark Willow is going to unblock it. Might put the sentry over here. She might put it over here, and then it would catch this. So bump it up even further. Bump it up to this corner is going to give you the best odds. And if they put their sentry here, you know, so be it. But a lot of them will put it like lower, and then it won't catch this one. Or you can be extra safe, put it out a little further, like over here. That would also be fine. Also be careful of buying this one though, because you still have yours here, and notice there's none mid, none top. Now one of them should have it. I don't know if it got dewarded, if it's not bought yet, but just be careful of buying too many observers in the early game as a support for any lane. It does have to be spread out. If they don't buy it, that's on them. You can buy it later, but don't buy them all like as they spawn. In my opinion, the first observer goes to whatever lane didn't get one, and then the second observer can go either the second and third go to the mid, and then to whatever lane started with the first one of the first two. The exact order does not fully matter. It kind of depends on what happens. And then from there, the laning stage is probably over, and you go from there. Sometimes you'll see supports grab like every single observer, and there'll be 4 in the safe lane and nothing somewhere else. And that's really bad for your team. All right, I was rambling a little bit. I wasn't even paying attention to what you were doing. Let's focus up a little. Maxing Frostbite is good, but I would still get like 1 in every spell for the reasons we highlighted earlier. It's just a really good low cooldown spell for the lane. Getting it at level 4 is just a bit too late. But maxing Frostbite is the build in general because it has... Unfortunate. It has better utility nowadays. You can use it to jungle at a lower cooldown. It also does more damage versus single hero. It's also a root, which is really good versus mobile heroes, and it interrupts teleport channels. And you get it from a 9 to a 6 second cooldown, which is really useful. Now, instead of like the double spell combo we were talking about, now it's like Frostbite, Crystal Nova, Frostbite, Frostbite, Crystal Nova, Frostbite. It's wacky. So I do like the Frostbite max. Just go, I would recommend like 1-1-1 first. Whatever exact order, up to you. And around here, we can start looking to move somewhere else. You have the ward down. This is where I would try to walk somewhere else to do things and then teleport back here as needed. Unless you think a play is happening right now, then that's fine. This might go to your question, should I have done something to Sniper? I don't really think you can do much to Sniper. I would probably look to go through the Twin Gate and do something up here, because you have a Slardar and a Ringmaster. So you could like Twin Gate, hide in this tree line, and then maybe like Crystal Nova, Frostbite someone into everything else. And this is like a Clinkz and a Lion. These guys are really squishy, so this is much easier to get. You maybe need to bring a Sentry to make sure you can get the Clinkz if he's already 6. But it'll work out way better than trying to get a Sniper. Unless you smoke on the Sniper or pick up a rune. But otherwise, it's going to be really hard to get the Sniper. Ah, yeah. Also disarms. One of the only routes that does so. Got a little lucky there that his passive, I guess the threshold was just like perfect, but usually Frostbiting Tide won't be quite worth it if there are other targets. He was like the closest one, so, you know, I think it's kind of fine in this particular case. I think this one was just like a Sniper DD rune that won them the fight, right? And then we all came in kind of one at a time. 2 of you. Drow's being killed. Necros here. Yeah, we just kind of weren't all on the same page. And then that amplified damage rune just did work. I won't worry too much about it. Am I coping, or is this Archon game not really look so different from my Guardian games? So yes and no. There is a huge variability. Very nice kill. That's really good. There is a huge variability between Archon and Herald, and everyone has different skills. Some people are shit at the laying, but godly at map awareness. Some people are really good at fights, and they like use every spell correctly, never misclick, but they have no idea what they're doing conceptually around the map. There's so much variability on skills at this rank that you'll see a lot of similarities. You'll be like, this Guardian player is the same like laning as my Archon, but then you know a general game plan, and that guy's like, I see a hero, I go kill hero, right? Everyone's got so much different skills, and it's more about just bringing all of them together, like raising the bar on several of them. It doesn't even have to be every skill. It's not, you can get quite high simply being a good laner and being terrible at everything else. But because of that, you'll see some similarities. You saw that last sniper attempt, by the way, is kind of what I was talking about. It's just hard to get the sniper. Your team needs a blink on like Slardar, and then you can get to him pretty easily. Oh, that's a really fast smoke. What is this high level play? Now we can get Ringmaster maybe. Or a sniper. Okay, I don't think you guys had to smoke there, but if you wanted to, the angle you guys gotta take, sniper, right? We look at the minimap. He's backing up. Is he gonna sit under this tower for 30 seconds? No, he is not. He's a core player. I promise he will walk to a camp. It's this one, or it's this one. Which one? I don't know. I would tell you the correct answer is this one, because he should have seen his team lose a fight here, and your team's movement is through here, back, or teleporting around. So this is the safest place to go, which if you want to be a really high-level play, real ramp things up, this smoke would go like through here and catch sniper probably at this camp. That is some like immortal level shit. If he walks forward, that is also a possibility in this rank, but we see him turning around, so probably not. So when your team goes this way, I know we're never going to catch sniper. You guys have to go like either this camp to see if he came this way, or cut straight through. Let's watch sniper. He actually ended up coming to this camp, right? So by going through here, we would have ended up catching him and getting a free sniper kill right here. A blink on this guy, right? Anytime you guys have abilities, you could do stuff. You guys are pretty low cooldown in general, so you guys can look for a lot of ganks. We do have to be careful of this Clinkz. I don't know if you're misclicking or you think Clinkz is nearby, but that's happened a couple times. I won't worry too much about it. But against an Invis hero, you guys do kind of need to play similar areas together, have sentries down, and find a couple kills on him. So we don't want to be scattered too much. Last game, we were talking a lot about the split pushing potential and ignoring the Spectre because it was Herald and Spectre was not playing that well. For your bracket, we do have to respect the Spectres, the Clinkzes, the Rickies. That makes the split pushing as a support way harder and kind of not as much of an option. And if you try, you're probably just feeding. This is why Invis heroes are so good in pub games, is because it requires team movements. And that's very hard. So you'll probably still try to split push. But I see a smoke happening. Let's go. Okay, where are we going? I'm not sure because we have no deep wards. So that's something to work in the future when you can. For example, when you guys smoked off that earlier play, even without smoking, you probably could have just walked in here and placed a deep ward. And now I would know what we're coming into. You guys are scanning. This is relatively good. Fortunately, Tide is showing mid. But if I'm about to run into 4 heroes, I got no idea. And we're going to go like 4 heroes against 4 heroes on the enemy's high ground against a sniper. Scary shit. Bedlam, Terrorize. Maybe Tide wasn't showing he could be here. Maybe he TP's in, Ravage. Really scary. If you have a deep ward, you have a better idea. So if you can find time to cycle around deep wards, it's very important, whether you're aggressive or defensive play, to have at least 1 deep ward. I would say if you're aggressive, 2 deep wards, 1 defensive ward. If you're defensive, 2 defensive, 1 deep ward. If it's a neutral game, kind of depends on what's happening. Someone's stronger at any point in a game, so you just adjust. But this smoke is kind of risky. I'm still gonna do it because in Dota, in my opinion, it's better to do things as a team, even if it's suboptimal. This is suboptimal to me, but holy shit, we're smoking and we're all going. Like, I'm in. Let's do it. And let's just hope the enemy is scattered farming and it works out. Over a long period of games, it will probably work in your favor, at least for now. Eventually, you do need to be more nitpicky on which ones you take. For this one, we do get the sniper. So, pretty worth it as long as we get out. So we may be fighting more. This is getting a little deep. Okay, but we're good. This is where, if we had an observer, I would love to place one. And that's why sometimes I don't always... Like, let's say I had 2 observers. You ended up placing 2 defensive ones. I don't know. I can't read the future. I don't know what options we have. Sometimes we sit AFK. Sometimes a play like this happens. And now it's a perfect time to do a deep ward anywhere. And they can't stop me. I don't have one. And there's no guarantee we're going to get this opportunity again for a while. So if you don't have any deep wards, it can be pretty good to hang on to one to hope something like this happens. Now, if you have no vision whatsoever, you probably do have to place something to start, even if it's defensive. But if you have like 1 observer alive somewhere, trying to save the next one to be a deep ward, whenever that may come, that's usually the way to do it as a support. You're going Glimmer. That's generally not bad. By the way, I would probably max Q instead of Arcane Aura. I'd have to have a teammate I really believe in, like a Storm Spirit or a Leshrac. But in most cases, I think just 1 point is fine, and just go max Crystal Nova. It'll help in your early fights more, and when fights aren't happening, you can wave clear. This is another situation, by the way. You guys won the last fight because you got the jump and they were scattered. They didn't actually use that many abilities. You guys don't have Necro ult for a little bit more, and they still have all their team stuff, which is really strong. So it's fine to push this, but as they start respawning, you should be careful. And if they're dead, you can hit this. If they're not dead, I would stand further back because I don't know what's coming in. Now, in this case, turns out Sniper did not come here, so I guess it's kind of fine. For you, I'd probably stand towards this sentry because I don't know where this Clinks is to just... I haven't seen him in ages, but he could come out eventually and kill me. So I would stand... Oh, this isn't your sentry. Okay, I would place a sentry to look for the Clinks, who is scouting out the position for his team to potentially come in. And as he does that, we could just kill him with the sentry. In the end, they didn't contest. I think you said you're misclicking on the dust. All right, we might need to move the dust somewhere. Move it to another hotkey. I won't worry about it too much, but it does build up. It's a lot of gold if you do it too much. This kind of stuff you got to be very careful of. I don't know where Clinks is. You're a free kill. If your team is making an aggressive play, I would generally just go. Usually you have very defensive, passive teams, so if something is actually happening, I'm going to be with them. Well, it actually depends on you on how much faith you have in that stuff working out. But several of your plays have worked out. I don't know that you're 6K ahead, but I think you can win fights, and that's why I'm going to go with them. There are games where fights won't work, and you shouldn't group up like that, and you would want to do the split pushing we were talking about earlier in the stream. But yeah, we got here kind of late. Looks like it might still work out, but let's pretend we were here. We saw what we did. We didn't actually accomplish much. If we were here right away... All right, this is already too deep, but your team really should just be behind Drow hitting this, including you. This is a little too far. Slardar's jumping the Clinks. Maybe you're nearby to Crystal Nova or Frostbite him, and then he dies. Maybe you're glimmering one of these guys to save them from a couple hundred damage as they go invis so they can't be hit. Maybe you're waiting here and suddenly you're gonna sneaky ult. Okay, maybe you haven't ulted. Ravage comes out. Now I'm getting close. I'm using Glimmer and I'm ulting. So you kind of have to judge. It's one of the hard parts about Dota. Should you be with the team or not? If you're not with the team, you better be real close to finishing a huge item or level, or you better be split pushing a lane. But not being with the team while they do an aggressive maneuver and you're in the jungle, supports don't get to do that. The carry PA, carry Spectre, they get to do that. Supports, you gotta be like getting map control, or you should be with the team. As a general rule, there's always exceptions. Lay, that is so true. But smoke, so all defensive, not saying that you said that, but what I see a lot is people trying to be defensive and they put all defensive wards. It'll be like boop, boop, boop. You don't see the smokes coming in, right? Like they smoke here, they come in, your ward does nothing. Or you don't know, like you see here, you get away, but you had very little time to react. One deep ward here, you see them gathering, or you see no one's in there and no one's in this defensive ward over here. They're all in this jungle or they're making a smoke play. The deep ward gives you, even though it's like an aggressive ward, it gives you a lot of defensive vision to give you more information. But now it's like, I don't know, they could be anywhere, which means they could come into anywhere. So I don't know where to be. Yeah, it's really good to have a mix, and is often one of the warding mistakes from many support players. I talk about it in quite a lot of coachings and replays, I guess. We're talking about it here too. For example, you see how we have nothing? I got no idea where Klinks is. I have to put a sentry on every single defensive ward. But if I perhaps see Klinks top, then I know the people bottom are safe, even if they don't have sentries. And Klinks won't be invis while jungling his own side, but he will be invis when he comes to my side. Slardar needs a BKB. Okay, a little bit of camera work to improve your information gathering. I'm not sure what's happening in this fight because you're not sure what's happening in this fight. That's the tricky part about, you know, one of the mechanic parts of Dota is doing this, but getting more information and then like back to your hero, moving around is pretty important to know how you should be positioning, who's low, what spells are being used, things like that. Orchid. I guess I kind of see some value in Orchid, but no, BKB looking pretty good. Okay, you've got the Aghanims queued up. I think this came up earlier on the discussion of, you know, helping the team versus go for your own build. They don't have a way to cancel your ultimate if you have BKB. But that means you need the BKB first, and then you need to be in position, and Sniper and Klinks are really long range, and there's also the Ravage, so you probably need a Blink. So if you want to have that impact, Blink first will allow you to stay really far back and then join fights, even as you still play defensively, and then the BKB will let you actually ult versus Ravage, Terrorize, Hex, Lion Stun, or just being killed by high damage from Sniper and Klinks. Ags first, I don't think... Well, they can definitely mess up, right? There's room for that, but I think it'll be a lot harder to get consistent value over a long period of games. I also think it's totally fine for you to just sit behind Drow and Solar Crest and Drums her, which is why Crystal Maiden actually ends up kind of tanky. You get 200 health, and then you go Solar or Drums or Glimmer or Force Staff. All these items give extra health. So Crystal Maiden starts off really squishy, but then by level 10 to 15, as you finish the talent and some items, you actually end up decently tanky. Not that we're jumping into the front, but as a backline hero, you live long enough to do things and not just insta-killed by like a Klinks. But this is also a very armor-focused game, which is why I'm highlighting the Solar Crest. Imagine we had Ags. We'd still have it canceled. It means our 4,000 gold is not doing all that much. Check. Whenever you're warding enemy side and you know you're going to put a sentry, try to check first. So don't put your Observer. Crystal Nova. If they have nothing here, you can now put your Observer if this is where you want it, and we're not worried about it. Now you see their sentry, and now you have to decide, like, do I kill it? Now they know I checked it. Now they're probably going to bring another sentry, and they're going to find my Observer. If you only put the sentry, you Crystal Nova, you find their sentry, maybe even find an Observer, You kill it. Now you can put your observer somewhere else. And when they check this cliff again, my observer is actually like over here, or I put it over here, or I put it in the lane. Worst case, they have an observer that sees you doing all this. So now they know, like, oh, maybe it was just a sentry. It's like, oh no. They know exactly what's here. Yeah, Galaxy Brain. Knowing who is not coming from an aggressive ward while being defensive. Yeah, very, very useful. And in fact, you can also then turn it. You know, you see them coming into a play top. You'll see this at high-level games a lot. The preemptive TP, not like 3 heroes diving my offlaner, so now we TP in. It's like you see them coming in from the ward, so multiple teleports come in, the mid starts walking up, and you're ready to jump them when they think they're jumping you. That play is only possible if you see it forming. All right, what happened here? I was reading chat, and suddenly we're dying all over the place. Okay, our sentry's a little too far back. You have a lot of overlap. I promise you, there's not an observer anywhere here. Here, we saw for a little bit in the past, not very common nowadays. Odds are it's here, it's in a lane, or it's up here. So your sentry should also be pushed up this way, and that would give you the most warning time for the Clinkz, depending where you need to see him coming from. High-level Clinkzes, probably coming from the back. Mid to lower rank Clinkzes, probably just directly forward. So sentry forward, catch that. You're really worried? Put a second sentry in the back. Hide in the trees. You're on the high ground, but you have an observer to do that. So you should just be in the trees, and that way things like this won't happen, where Clinkz sees you. And then you get killed instantly. But if you're in the trees, they're jumping someone else. Unfortunate. All right, so you guys had good vision here, but you weren't really positioned properly around it. Wish to look at the fight one more time. What good positioning would have ideally looked like. If you guys want to push this, then Drow is going to stand here and hit this tower. The supports are going to be like behind here. He has the best save on the Ringmaster. Oh, you guys overlapped on Glimmers. That's unfortunate. He has the best save, but you both have saves. So you stand away from each other so you don't both die from the same like AoE, but both in range of Drow. So one person could be here, one person could be here, for example. Sometimes you can both be here. That's fine. A tankier person is up here, a possible approach, one of the more common ones. So Slardar or Necro is here, Drow's here, and then let's say Necro is here. Slardar is maybe also hanging back a little bit. And if you have a sentry up here and a sentry in the back, Clinkz can't find a way in. You'll kill him first. And Slardar, he'll be able to blink to wherever he's needed. Necro is tanky enough and has a save, and you guys have save, so he won't die as quickly as you died, or Ringmaster would die. And Drow is the only one who actually has to hit the tower, so she can do it. All of this is also unnecessary, because you guys could actually just go back to the Twin Gate and go get Roche, and this would be a much better and safer objective that can't quickly be contested, unlike their base. But that's hard to get to happen in pubs, so I don't mind too much. But this kind of organization, right? His blink got canceled. You got killed instantly. You guys trying to fight. This was a little unlucky. This should be a retreat, like right now. Everyone should get out. Time is 5:45. Started kind of late though. I could not sleep last night. I woke up at 6 and then I was just awake. Hephaestus was sitting on my face. Could maybe have saved her with the Glimmer there. Not too worried about it. Hey Simpo, Happy New Year! Oh, look at Ringmaster's hats.
Will you come mid and bolt hands with me?
Oh, you have 2 hats as well. Excellent. Can I easily convert any of these replays into a video? What would be the easiest, clearest message? Oh, that went poorly. I was in my mind thinking about video editing. You guys are kind of up without the drow when all of them are missing. I think that's kind of it. You guys also don't have like the wards and observers or the sentries set up. So they just kind of found the ideal fight and you guys don't have your DPS. So you guys should just be on the avoiding train right there. Just completely dodge. I think you guys were thinking, oh, we should fight over Roche, but you don't have drow. Yeah, you can't. Drow is what? She's a good chunk of your net worth. You guys are behind a little bit, but not too bad. But she is a lot of your consistent damage. Yeah, Simba, we're just doing replay raffles right now. So if you want to join the next raffle, which I think we're good to go on that. Open the next one. Maybe we could turn that Herald one into the Herald Shadow Shaman. I feel like that's a common situation. I think that was kind of a clear idea of what to do. Maybe some editing, extra tokens. Raffle open, exclamation point replay if you want to join in. Yeah, 15 minutes of fame. I never know. I always want to be careful with that. I know some people want to be in the videos and it's cool for them. And in those situations, I don't mind. But Dota can be really toxic. And there are times I put out videos and people are like, man, this guy's so shit, you know? And I feel terrible because it's supposed to be an educational thing. That guy's trying to improve. And then people are like, this is so garbage. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, that's why we're helping him improve. I don't need to be so harsh. So that's why I'm always careful with showing the names because it could be cool, but you could also get flamed kind of harshly. Yeah, CM's also like a classic support. Also, there's nothing saying we can't cut multiple. The only downside is the patch will come out. I'll edit like 3 of them and then the patch will wreck them. But yeah, I think that's one of my goals for the new year. I think the replay analyses we do is pretty solid if I say so myself. I feel like we give good info. I really feel like I should be capitalizing on it more, like turning into YouTube content, because I know not everyone can make it to the streams. So that's something I'm looking to do. Thanks, Akimo. I appreciate that. It's anonymous, so fortunately it's not connected to people because I have it set so it's only the hero names. So at least there's that. That's usually why I film and record in anonymous mode. So, like some names are very PMA mode. You know, no one will know who that is. But some people stick to the same username, like me, right? Okay, let's pick the next one. If you want to join, do it now. Exclamation point replay, last second. I don't know how many more we'll do. At least this next one. We'll see. Shifty Mango, happy to help. Do you want to see 1v2 mid? If we were in podcast mode and not doing useful feedback, that's the kind of stuff that's fun. Those are the kind of situations I don't usually talk too much about in videos or like as a focus because it's rare. It really doesn't come up enough. Yeah, it would be nice to know exactly how to handle it, but even I'm not sure because it doesn't come up that much. So it's like best guess. And it usually is not so common that it's worth dedicating time to learn how to address. It's like, oh, my guy broke his item. How do I win that game? I was like, you don't. You don't win that one. focus on the ones that are closer and more even. Any suggestion on getting better at last hitting? It's a lot of just practicing. I would set something up like this. I'm gonna pick the next one. Carnage. Grab your hero of choice. Let's do Snapfire, I guess. Teenage Mutant Ninja Taco, no problem. I am happy to help. I'm glad to hear that there's a climb happening and not a drop. That sometimes happens as well. For last hitting, go ahead and grab. Doing it in this mode is fine. If you want to do it in a custom lobby, that's also okay. Create an enemy hero. Stick it somewhere you have vision of. You can, if you want them to be on the hill, that's fine. Just give yourself a ward so you can see them. We're not trying to practice like mid lane mechanics, unless you are, in which case you can. But this isn't like a normal mid lane. First, I would go through a cycle. First, just last hit, right? Just have a regular creep wave. You can buy starting items if you want. Some people like to do it with very low damage. I get that. I also think there's a benefit to the realistic damage you're going to have to properly get a feel for that. But also, you need to know how to push. Like, I need to get the last hit at exactly 57 damage versus my opponent who has, 54. If I wait too long because I'm used to practicing on 40 damage, then he's going to get the deny. So I think there's pros and cons to both. Whatever you want to do, buy your items or not. Start with just your regular last hits. Some people will say things like A-click, S to stop so you're facing it, and then A-click again at the timing to do it. You can if that helps you. I don't think it really matters. Usually you're moving around a lot in the lane. I personally like getting a feel for like how long it's going to take me to turn to get a last hit. Start just doing whatever. Ideally, watch this range creep. His damage is kind of what dictates when you can actually get a... Oh no, he's going to die. When you can actually... I'll do it on the next one. A lot of people, what they do, the ranged hit... So the creep has 100 health. You have 60 damage. The ranged... Whatever hits the creep, drops it to 50... People see it's at 50, they launch the auto attack. There's a big window there that the high level players will deny you on. What you actually want to do is see that it's 100 health, see the 50 damage attack coming in, and time your attack to land right behind it. That is what the pros do. That is what will dominate the casual last hitter when you're really on top of it. That's a really good skill to pick up, and you can practice that by... just doing these last hits and watching the range creep. You can also like create a Helm Dom creep to like practice the timing, but like time it to land behind this range creep's attack. So like, I was a little early on that one actually. I did it on the wrong thing. I'm out of touch with it as well. Maybe this one's easier. So like, damn it, I'm doing it too late. Surely this one, third time's the charm. Probably like on the next one. I don't know. I'm terrible at it. Some of the timing doesn't work out. I'll make an excuse for myself. I'm bad. But that kind of stuff is do what I say, not what I do. What is it? Do what I preach, not what I do. The other thing you can do, I would go step by step in all of this, but also you can skip around whatever you are good at. Give yourself free spells. Take whatever ability you have for last hitting and only use this ability to last hit. It's not like... Now you have to get used to the spells. If you're bad at last hitting, sometimes you can just do it like without it. But if not, then like get a feel for it, like exactly when you can do it. So you can go through all of them. Oh, no, we missed that one. Then try drawing creep aggro between every last hit. I didn't mean to spawn multiple. But every time you're going to get a last hit, draw creep aggro and then get the last hit. I missed it. This one, draw creep aggro, then get it.
Two at once.
This is really good to do because let's say we're fighting over these creeps. Now it's going to come down to a race of projectile speed. Melee heroes usually have an advantage here. Ranged hero, it depends on your attack speed. When you pull a creep back before hitting, he has to come further in, which might be out of his position. The ranged hero might have been standing here getting ready to deny this. You dragged it forward, and now you get to hit it. There's a lot of advantages to doing that at high level laning. If you do it too much and the enemy's not doing it, you'll actually mess up equilibrium a little bit, but as long as you hit your own creeps to deny, it's okay. It'll bounce out. But getting in that habit of doing it in between every single last hit, I think is pretty good. This is too many creeps. It's actually getting kind of hard with the level 1 hero. But that's another good thing to do, I think. Sometimes they don't aggro. There's another high-level application of that for denies, which is that... See if we can sort this to happen. So they're also going for a last hit. You can also abuse creep aggro this way. So this creep is entering last hit range. This guy wants to get that last hit. I'm going to creep aggro this guy to the side. Well, they're all going to come to the side. My range creep is still going to hit this thing, but these melee creeps are not. And that is going to change the rate at which the health is dropping. And a lot of people, over time, they just see the health bar dropping like this, and they know to hit it here. So if it suddenly goes and slows down, they might launch the auto attack too soon, and then you get the deny. So you'll do something like aggro it here. Okay, that one was a bad example. But you understand, again, do what I preach, not what I do. You'll understand the idea, which is like he was getting used to about ready to launch the auto attack, and then I aggroed it, and it took longer to drop than usual, and it might throw him off. Or sorry, I was doing it with their creeps. I meant your own creeps, because the same thing applies. The same thing applies to your own creeps. I was talking about it as if, whatever. I'll just show you guys what I actually meant now. This one, like, this creep is getting close to dying, and if you aggro all the creeps, suddenly it won't die. Unless it's still being focused, right? But the timing changes. That's some really high-level shit. A lot of support players actually don't need to worry about that, which is why I'm so garbage at it. But if you're a core player, a lot of those concepts are good. There's more, but that's already a great place to start. A lot of people in Divine don't do that stuff I just said. So if you already learn to do that, that's good. It doesn't hurt if you're a support player to learn it, but as you can see, you can get pretty high without being very good at it because we don't last hit nearly as much. Pump fake to negate swing. I would say faking the attack is very good to mess with the enemy, but it doesn't really negate swing so much as... The timing is the same. What you can do is... How do I say this? There's like a window of time, you know, at 0.6 seconds, you have to launch your attack. You can start faking your attack at 1 second away and then like let it fly at 0.6 to finish. But ultimately you are actually attacking at 0.6. So whether you fake it or not, it's not really about the swing. What it is about is when there's a situation where it's like whoever hits first loses and you're pretending to set up a creep to last hit because you've done it before. So you go to fake the attack, and the guy thinks you're setting it up, so he launches the attack because he's trying to do what we said, which is as soon as your attack lands, his attack lands, you fake it, he doesn't cancel fast enough, so he actually launches an attack, and you launch after. That's like the best use of the fake auto attack. The swing stuff, if you feel comfortable with, it's fine, but you can actually mess yourself up more, I think, by constantly pump faking attacks. Okay, Carnage, I'm sorry. We're rambling on a lot about a separate topic. Let me pull yours up. Oh, these ads are about to play too, aren't they? Happy to help, Aveltal. Okay. Maybe this will be the one that makes its way to YouTube. Although, actually, because you're in the guild, I cannot anonymize you. So, hopefully, you're okay with that. Otherwise, it just won't go on the video. You said, looking to improve my positioning in fights and lane, would appreciate feedback on that. Okay, let's go through the lane at a decent rate, and then we can jump over to fights and like find a couple to talk about the positioning there. Because that's a great question. Very important for supports. Let's see. We got Lich Spectre versus... I would guess well, what do I guess? Sand King Sniper or Sand King Spearbreaker, maybe? He's got a mango. Maybe he's a support. Maybe it's Weaver support. I don't know. We're going to find out in a moment. Now, maybe it is Weaver 4, but it could be Weaver 5. We never know in these kind of games. Who knows? Chaotic first fight. I'm not actually going to worry about it too much because these are kind of... What are these poor penguins? What's happening to them? You can't really create these kind of scenarios, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. The important thing is that, holy shit, we're rich. I don't know if I've... This is so much money. On one hand, I don't want to worry too much about this because you won't usually start with this much money. But I will start by saying we need... If it's Sand King in our lane and we check his facet and he has the Invis one, we need to take that. If Weaver is in our lane, we're going to need sentries in the lane. So you'd have to spend some money on that. He has Dust Devil. We don't need it for him. We'll see if it's Weaver 4. I guess in a moment you're going to find out it's Weaver Carry. Where's Juggernaut? I don't know what's happening, guys. I guess it could be Weaver 5 with a Juggernaut. Who knows? So you might need these sentries. And it doesn't hurt to buy some anyways for like the camp. So I would probably buy a second one anyways and then wait to see if you need a third depending on what shows up in the lane. You don't need to buy full consumables. I have toyed with the idea of the early Null Talisman on Lich because you start, like when you have this much money, it's a nice stat item, extra mana. You don't really need a wand, I think, versus who's going to show up here. We weren't meant to have this much money. I might do just like regen and then the Null Talisman. You're the only ranged hero, I think, in this lane, which means we're going to poke a bunch. So if you wanted like some cheap stat items, even without the Null Talisman, but you went Circlet and stuff, I think that would be okay. All right, we show up. Can't block. This is generally fine, especially if you're trying not to get noticed. Really high-level gameplay, guys. There is a world where the position 4, whoever it may be, is like behind a tree. They've actually already put a sentry down to check this camp. They didn't know it wasn't blocked, so they put it. They see you place it, they're standing nearby, they kill this, and you don't have time to get in the box to body block. So, if the sentry's down, you're going to lose this no matter what, but it takes time to kill this. So the really high level thing is to wait till like 59 seconds and then drop it in. And that way, even if it's already preemptively checked, there's no physical way they could possibly deward it in time. And you'll at least guarantee the first camp is blocked.
Whoa, who's that?
The downside is that you have to be here
Theo
at
Pod
59
check.
seconds. Hey, DMZ, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you very much. It also means you can't like be here right away. But depending where the lane is, and usually the very first wave, right? I mean, you can be here poking the Sand King and then like turn, drop it right back into laning. For now, you're probably fine just dropping it as you TP in, especially if you're trying to be sneaky and not get caught. But that will feel better if you have time to deward. Like it's 40 seconds as you get here. So you drop it to be sneaky and you can kind of see the box so you know like, okay, I'm good. Though the risk of that one is that they come check anyways, and then you already had yours placed and they kill it. So at the high level where people know that camps are going to be blocked or not based on the matchups, they do the 59-second thing I was talking about. If not, just do whatever. But I was just going to mention it. All right, be very careful of walking through the creep wave. If you try to fight now, let's ignore Spirit Breaker. If you try to fight the Sand King now, you're going to draw all these creeps onto you. You're a ranged here. You're going to take a lot of damage. He's level 2. He is half health, which is probably why you felt like you could do this. But 2 spells plus these creeps fighting, that's going to cost you a lot. Especially when it turns out Spirit Breakers are actually nearby, and now you're in a horrible spot. So your question about lane positioning, we definitely want to be further back. And as soon as Sand King backs off, we have to kind of set the tone in your mind as you go into the lane. I'll always take free kills, right? But do we actually need to do that? Are we an aggressive lane? Are we a defensive lane? I have a Spectre. I'm going for level 6 on Spectre, and then we can make stuff happen around the map. Hook into Spectre ult, Zeus ult, Spectre ult, you know, I find someone, Sinister Gaze, double ults come in, right? We're really strong at 6. The lane is not where we have to dumpster this Sand King. We're really looking to get what we can out of this. So as you poke the Sand King, this is good. He stunned away. Okay, I actually kind of forgot about that, which may be part of why you chased. He stunned away. I'm actually satisfied, right? Like, he's backed off. He's half health. If he walks back in, then I will commit, and maybe we can run him down and get the kill. Otherwise, he has to just stay back until his stun is back up. And that means you can now just turn your attention to these creeps, help get denies. Spectre should be able to pick up every last hit. If the 4 is showing, you can, you know, maybe you mess with some of this stuff over here, or maybe you start poking the 4. I think you just tunnel visioned. Maybe you missed Spirit Breaker entering the lane now, or maybe you got really unlucky and just didn't happen to see him through the tree lines. But this is going to bait you in a bad position, which if you recognize you don't have to chase that Sand King, then you'll never be in this position anyways. Now, if you do know it's a 2v1, you should kind of like really bully the off lane. I didn't know where the 4 is yet, but I kind of know it's Spirit Breaker, and that means he's kind of here if he has charge. So got to be very careful of this, and we end up losing. Looks like, oh, maybe we die, actually. Yeah, we end up dying. It does cost them a bit, but that was purely positioning based, right? Because you tried to get too much out of that without knowing for sure where the position 4 was. What did you end up buying, by the way? So you ended up getting boots, and you're going for the arcane. I actually don't love arcane boots. I get it that the burst mana is kind of nice for Lich, but the cost of it when Bassi doesn't do anything, I'm really meh on. So I really like just Tranquil Boots on Lich personally. Unless my whole team really needs mana and no one will do it, maybe. But I would just do Tranquils. And then sometimes getting boots first as a position 5 is a little bit of a bait. It depends on the matchup. But especially if the enemy has gap closers, which is what charge and stun are, you're in the lane. You're not moving around ganking and stacking. You are laning. You're Lich. You need to be in the lane to get the mana from your innate ability. So you're not actually moving, and I would prefer just straight up stats to tank up and get more mana back from your innate ability, but also poke harder because you picked up maybe that Null Talisman we talked about. Maybe you want a fast bracer. I'd be okay with that too. More health. But it just actually helps you in the lane when you're not moving that much. This is a decent half pull. Looks like Spectre was going for the Lotus, though. I mean, this is where, like, your boots aren't helping you very much, right? Like, I need health. I need to do stuff. And some of that is off of bad trades, but this is doing nothing for you. And this is kind of meh. So even though we had a shitload of money from the start, I don't really feel like we invested it in the best items. I guess itemization is separate from positioning. Oh, this is close. Don't do it, Spectre. Rip. Maybe it's good it balanced out for the sake of the replay, because if we went from first blood, insane money, and then just dominated the lane, that wouldn't have been very useful. Now we have thrown it back to them, so we're back to an even game. Very honorable. Got to be careful of this. I know we're cheating because we can see it, but that's just how Spirit Breaker is. You always got to consider if you're being charged. So I would slowly pivot towards the tower, but this poke is fine because you're close enough to the tower. But If you chase beyond like here, it's getting scary. It's getting scary. Oh God, it's scary. You're gonna live, look how much health that cost. So that one's tricky because Spirit Breaker is kind of unique compared to other position 4s with the global charge, but it's annoying. You just have to assume he's always charging you and position that way until you know for sure he's not, because you can see him, or because he's somewhere else, then you can play more aggressive. But anytime he's off the map, you just have to assume, like, I'm being charged. If I get connected on right now, am I okay? Am I not okay? Here, it's okay. Here, not okay. I mean, we just have to play that way. And it kind of sucks. It means we're going to have to be suboptimal at times when Spirit Breaker's not actually here and we're still playing here. But it's just what you got to do unless you see more. So at the start of the game, if you're playing versus Spirit Breaker, when the game loads in and you rush out here, if your team's going for a first blood, that's fine. You can go with them. If they're not, and you have an observer, your team can start with one. Placing it, let's say you're the Dire safe lane, somewhere like back here, over here. Around here's a little tricky because of this stuff, but like you can sometimes place something like over here and it'll survive, but see enough into there. If you're down here, placing an observer like back here, you have to be careful not to let it be killed by fighting over this stuff. Something in the lane like this, something out here. Spirit Breaker likes to roam. He's going to go mid a lot, but also he could be in your lane the whole time and we don't know. So seeing something further back here will actually give you an idea of like what he's doing and then whether you need to assume you're being charged the whole time or not. Because maybe you know he went mid. And even if you can't see him over here, you now kind of have a window, which is like, I know I can't be charged up to 10 seconds. It's going to take that long to get back here. So I can move up here, but now I'm going to assume I'm being charged, and now he's probably 5 seconds away, so it's time for me to back away. The more information you have further in, the more you get to know that. Play around that. Don't mind me. Ah, damn, we didn't get the Lotus. Too bad. Hey Gonks, Happy New Year. I did not complete Echelon 7 yet. I know I can. I choked a build or two. I just have to finish grinding it out. I am sometimes mixing in Kez attempts. I think it could work as well. I just don't know it, so I'm not sure what I want to spend the time on. It's a little annoying because it's mostly just re-rolling bad builds. And I'm losing a little bit of motivation on it. But I also said I would do it, and I'm determined in that way, and I really want the voice line. I know I could just get the upgrades, but I don't want to. So, slowly in the works. I think I will get it. I say that without ever having attempted Imperia on Echelon 7, so we'll see how bad that is. But one of the builds that made it pretty late, I was fairly confident I would do it. And then I choked it because I walked into the death scythe guy. I just wasn't watching. Okay, that's enough on the laning. Let's like jump ahead and go find some fights. Oh shit, this is a long one. Let's start with some early ones, I guess. Here. Stand behind the Zeus. We just jumped here. I have no idea what's happening. But in general, we want to assume, we want to passively position safely all the time, so that way we're never really caught off guard. Like, oh, surprise, Sand King and Spirit Breaker and all that are here. Uh-oh, AoE stun. But if I'm already like standing back here, what surprise or not, I'm in a good spot. So if you get in the habit of just always being in a good position, you'll just help yourself out. This, gotta be really careful of charges and stuff. Maybe, oh no, you did not know, right? So that's a death. Other heroes, you know, Tusk Snowball, Earth Spirit Roll, Clockwork Hookshot. These are things we just have to assume are nearby and position safely until earlier in the replay stream, we were talking about the value of deep wards, even if you're trying to be defensive, which I'd say this game, you kind of are. You're trying to get Spectre and Zeus to where they're really strong. We are a little bit more on the defensive side. So when we have a deep ward, this one's deep, but it's actually kind of funny. If you had something in here this is where you know where Spirit Breaker is. You have so much time to react or not, and it becomes easier. And then when you know Spirit Breaker's here, the top lane knows I could be charged, but it's going to take a while to get here. No vision. Every single lane has no idea like where Spirit Breaker is or what angle. So everyone has to play suboptimally. And over the course of time, that's going to hurt you. But when you have that vision, that mid guy's got to be careful. Maybe the bottom lane's got to be careful, but top can really shove it. And as soon as you see the charge coming in, they can back off and everyone else can start going ham because charge got used. So just repeating the value of that. Good interrupt. No one made it in time. That's too bad. Jug kill, though. We take those. Sir Lancelot. Yeah, I don't mind. It kind of depends on your rank on whether I can be useful or not. But I'm always willing to review it from a support perspective. And I'll try to make it clear. I think I try to do it anyways, of like, when it's something I am pretty confident in is the correct thing versus this is what I think is right, but I could be wrong. So you're free to disagree. I mean, you're free to disagree no matter what, but for carry games and other like heroes I don't play, roles I don't play as well, that's my approach. Not too much happening right now, but as your abilities are all up, we can do something. All right, this one. So I didn't mind you guys coming. They like really responded. The issue though, we need the sentry down a little bit sooner to catch him. And you also all got hit by bugs on the way in, which doesn't feel very good. You have to lead with Sinister Gaze on this Weaver to kill him, hopefully, but Zeus ult is still off. I guess I didn't expect this big of a rotation. But if, let's say it's just a Weaver pick off, it has to be Gaze into Shackle Shot with the Spectre Haunt coming in, and then it's actually a kill. You guys should have been out here. What happened? Wind Ranger took a weird path out. She didn't know this many people were coming in. As you see this, just abandon her. Just run. Abandon Zeus, run. I won't worry too much about that one. That was kind of a quick rotation from the enemy team. Came top. I think you thought she was in trouble. If you didn't, then you shouldn't TP. So you can react to things like this. This one looks good. Spirit Breaker dead, the guy we had to be worried about all the time. So now's a great time to go place those aggressive wards. At least one to see what's going on. It's also really good with a Zeus and a Spectre and any global hero to have a deep ward at least. Free. Let's go. Try to help kill the bugs on each other. Help yourselves out, guys. Okay, you saw them. Trying to get your team to help you kill them. I see you. Solid. You're gonna die for this, but respect the attempt. Or will you die for this? There's a world where your Blink Dagger arrives and you blink out. That would have been the highest level. I would have handed my channel over to you. Damn. That would have been sick. It's not really your fault. Your team got pulled into a fight, so we didn't end up getting a deep ward down, which is a little unfortunate. You went Blink. I'm pretty up for it, though I kind of wonder if you should have like a support item first. But I do like it in the fact that your team needs a bit of initiation, and it also helps you stay way the hell in the back until you're actually needed. Good D ward. Anytime you D-ward versus Spirit Breaker, assume you're being charged. So make sure you don't D-ward and then continue to walk into a scary area. Wait a little bit to see what's happening. This is one of those cases where we have to assume we're being spotted when we go for an aggressive D-ward. It's maybe working out, but a better way for this would be if you asked your team to come up with you, at least the Pudge, right? And Pudge stands here and you come up and do this, then he can hook you out instantly. Or at least hook a response. This is one of those where it's very tempting. It's what literally gets you killed here, and it gets a lot of support players killed. We talked about it earlier. It was this one, right? If you think something is there, you should assume it's there, and you have to decide, is it safe for me to spend 5 seconds walking up and then 5 seconds killing everything in there? And like assuming there's an observer and a sentry there, I have to hit it 4 times. How can I stand there that long? Is that a concern? It is a concern this game. So we shouldn't do it now until we have more support from the team or more information somewhere else that lets me know I can do this. Come here, Jupiter. Games you always go defensive glimmer, so I want to try the blink. I like the blink in general. I can't actually come up with what you should have gotten instead. Yule's feels weird on Lich nowadays, so I'm up for it. Sir Lancelot, yeah, we'll see. We can see. Hopefully we can give some useful information back. I think we should be able to. I can't help as much with specific matchups and builds and stuff, but I think I have a decent understanding of conceptually what I would want from a carry in a given situation and game. That's the kind of thing I can help with, like the macro sense of it. This is the same mistake from earlier, right? But this time unpunished. That's why it gets so many people, because sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But it's a major risk every single time until it isn't. Again, we did it. Juggernaut was here and no one else was showing. So it was the same level of risk as last time, except this time you don't even have Zeus here. It was only 2 heroes with you. I guess he's global, so maybe he's kind of with you in spirit, but certainly not here to throw out the other spells as you're being killed for this. But they weren't here. But it's a total coin flip on whether it worked or not. That's why it's better to just cut those out until it's properly safe. Ooh, blink maybe? Didn't quite get there, that's okay. Oh ho, haha. Some of the issue here, these last couple of fights, it always ends up big group fights. When you have these global heroes, you prefer smaller pickoffs, which comes back to we really need these deep wards down so that we know where they are as a group or not. I would be open to you on this respawn, unless your team is calling to fight. If you TP'd and smoked out to go place a deep ward, you don't always have to do that. But if you felt you needed to, I'd be open to it here. I guess Spectre has Haunt or Shadow Step, so maybe you're looking for this. Okay, that's also pretty good. So, can we take this tower? Maybe. 3 dead. They could respawn and TP here. I don't feel that good about pushing. I'm happy with the Jug kill. Shove the lane in. Get rotation, sure, but don't be there and then get killed. So your team can now fall back, and you can rush to this twin gate. Look how many creeps are here. What are the odds an enemy core is here farming and ignored this creep wave coming through? It's really low. Same with these camps. These camps, maybe. But depending on your rank, carries should be recognized like, oh, you know what? This hard camp is not worth this entire creep. What's going on, Jupiter? Come over here. He's got thoughts right now. So I would say you can twin gate and go look to place a deep ward somewhere along here. Maybe D-ward this area, D-ward this area if you want. If you just want to take the risk, go for it. I know you don't have an observer right now, but I'm just pretending you do to set up a situation where we can finally get a deep ward down. This is not the greatest deep ward in terms of knowing where Spirit Breaker is, because I know it's just like down here and not like more in the middle. This is more for catching carries farming over here. But some deep ward is better than no deep ward, and it helps set up this tier 2 push. And then when you all force that and then back out, maybe now you can get into the rest of the map or something. We take what we get, and right now, this is one avenue I see to deep ward. What I don't feel as good on is that I kind of know Sniper was up here, and Sniper may be on his own, but he for sure can kill me, just a lowly lich, as I walk up to here, which might have another observer on the cliff, which there is, and I will die again. So I don't feel good about coming in here. I don't feel good about coming in here because Sniper is going to go here or here. I don't know which. Again, a coin flip. People might rotate in to defend this as well, thinking we're pushing. I don't really feel good about going back here. And if they see me back here, it's not a good deep ward. They're going to check, and I'm going to lose the deep ward. So wherever I go, I have to get in and out unspotted. I could walk this way, but by the time you get here, people have respawned, and Sniper might be going the same way, because after he farms this, who knows what he's doing? Could be going the same way. It's going to take too long. So we have to go through here, go get that deep ward. If we had it. You don't, so you can just fall back with your team. You guys are maybe going to try this, but they respawned, and they TP'd up in front of their tower, and you guys got. Not yet, Zigzag, but it will happen. I will do it. It may not be on stream, but I will do it. And we'll see if I feel motivated to make a video on it or not, because it's in my head. The longer a video is in my head for, the more motivation I lose for it, because it becomes too much and I can never live up to my own expectations. It becomes way too much work for what I want it to be. And I always fall into this trap. And now it's taken so long to beat this that it's reached that stage. Hold on, guys. What is going on, Jupiter? What time is it? 6:30? You already had your dinner. He just wants to hang out with people, but standing at my desk does not count. I have to sit on the floor or stand away from the desk. I don't know why he doesn't like the desk. Very rarely will he come and hang out with me when I'm at this desk and be satisfied. Otherwise, he just meows outside. If I stand in the hallway, that's okay. He'll sit by me. Maybe it's too bright in here or something. Passive positioning. Is there an observer here? Probably not, because Zeus was here and we have 2 sentries. But what if there's an observer? Oh, actually you have a 3rd sentry here. Okay, there's probably not a vision here, but let's pretend, okay? If I didn't know, and you never know because there might be some random observer in some like abstract spot. They see the 2 of you. We're both gonna get blink stunned. I have a blink. If a fight breaks out here because of a smoke break on Zeus, I can blink in. So I should actually be like back here, or I could be standing by this other entrance to break a potential smoke there. I could stand at like this tree line, which conveniently, if there is an observer somewhere in here, maybe not on this cliff, they might know I'm in here, but they can't target me potentially Maybe I'm already charged. In this case, I could be blink stunned. But sometimes you need point and click abilities. So if you're at least in the tree line, you're giving yourself a good chance versus that. But here, where you're kind of like, for a moment, you were next to Zeus and nothing happened. But there's a world where you get jumped and both of you get killed instantly. And that's why we want to passively position ourselves in the best place possible for whatever's happening. This is another... I'm going to focus on this. Usually this is kind of like minor depending on your rank. But since you asked about positioning, I want to highlight this. We don't know what's happening. I don't know where their wards and observers are. If it's not on our half, where are common observers? Things like over here, things like over here. And in fact, this one is right here. See where this is? So we want to take that into account. Notice for a moment you dip down here. You go to the low ground. If they had something here, this would just be about to start catching sight of you. Something over here. If you stepped a little too far, start catching sight of you. In this situation, it's double high ground, so it wouldn't have mattered anyways. Here is where it sometimes does matter, where you step to the low ground and you can no longer see high ground just as someone walks up and they see you, but you can't see them. And you didn't have anything to do here. Now, you changed your mind, which is good, but what I'm trying to highlight here is that we should never walk down here unless we have a clear need to be here, because we are inviting the chance that we get spotted and we don't know it. And we could have just like hugged this side of the pathing and never been at risk of any of this, which means I'm not charged, I'm not suddenly blink stunned, I'm not sniper ulted, Spectre haunting on me if like I'm on the other team, all this kind of stuff. So especially when you're going along the river, just remember how if the observer's here, I can't do anything about it, right? Like standing here versus here is not going to matter when the observer's like right here. But a lot of times the enemy wards are along their half of the river, and a lot of our wards are on our half of the river, and many of them see to just about the edge. So the further back you can stand, the better. Kind of same deal here. I'm standing here. What am I doing? If there's an observer here, we're cheating. We see it. You're spotted. If you kept along here and you're hiding behind trees, they still don't know where Lich is, which means as they look at the Zeus, should we all jump Zeus? What if there's a blink Sinister Gaze? He's over here. You know, so we can kill this guy first, or I know I can stun Zeus and then we'll like silence this guy as he comes in or something, right? The less information we give, the better. Not everyone's going to make use of that information, which is why we don't always get punished for positioning. It's why it's so tricky to improve on, and I like that you wanted to focus on it. Positioning is only noticeable when it's punished, and it's only punished by people who are better at positioning and awareness than you. So when you play in like the various brackets, like honestly until like Divine Plus, you can get away with positioning. You don't even know you're making a mistake because they're not punishing you. But once you, like, maybe play an in-house and there's an enemy Immortal Storm, and you're like, every time I step out, I die. That's the positioning mistake that no one else was punishing you on, and you were never supposed to step into river. You were never supposed to step this far out of your tower, and the Immortal sees it and kills you instantly. And the Divine player, he's not so sure. The Ancient player is like, I better not risk it. The Archon player was looking at this camp. He never even saw you step out that far, right? So that's why it's tricky. And why it sounds nitpicky when I'm like, are you kidding me? 50 units to the left? Are you stupid? Right? But like, that's what it is. It's like, oh, this is the common observer spot. So you can't stand, you know, like this spot behind the tree is a massive world of difference behind like this side of the tree where you might get spotted by the observer. I know, he's still meowing. What's he up to today? My fiance just liked the name Jupiter, and then it turns out he is Jupiter colored. When you're farming these creeps, what's easier to kill you when you get dove? By perhaps an enemy smoke gank, or suddenly a Sand King pops out here, blinks here, and stuns? Is it easier to die here, or easier to die here? So when we go back and look at this creep wave, how much was I willing to risk my life for these 4 creeps to farm them here versus to let them walk back under the tower and I'm back here and even further and I drag them back. It becomes safer and safer the more I bring them back. And I know it becomes harder to last hit against the tower. I definitely feel that. But against certain heroes that have the instant jumps, like the Sand Kings or the Spectre Haunts, the edges of towers are not safety. This is most commonly seen in the high ground, where before, start of the game, under tower, safe. Mid game, kind of under tower, safe. This is not safe. In a lot of tier 3 sieges, people think they can clear waves here. They can I can stand over here. You'll be dove and killed instantly. They don't care. They'll tank this tower to kill you. And now safety is back here. But a lot of people will slip up and get killed because they think they're safe because they're up their high ground, they're under their tower. This is not safe. This is diveable. Same way, where earlier in the game, this is very diveable if they wanted to kill you and they had an observer that happens to see the rest of your team is over here. They're like, free Lich. Easy kill. Walking over. Always be careful of this. Again, they might have observers here. They see you walking this way. Suspicious. Your team's actually smoked. Why does the Lich feel comfortable blindly walking into our jungle and every other hero's missing? He's stupid. Or their team is smoked up and he's joining them, right? Certain players won't think that far. High-level players will. Why is he doing this? He's never done this before. He has had good positioning, and now he's suddenly crossing the river straight over. Sometimes you just have to, but other times, if you're going to go this way, rather than cut through here, which exposes you to danger from observers here, if you take the longer route this way, if you 4-staff up, if you blink over, you maybe never enter sight of observers over here, and they never know you're connecting to your team until a little later, a little out here. Maybe you make the full wrap around, you join the smoke over here, something like that. Or you at least get to make it to your team and not get killed in the middle. This will happen. This happens to me sometimes still. You want to be greedy. You're this is the fastest way to my team. But you shouldn't. You need to take the extra few seconds to take the wider wraparound path. Alright, looks like nothing happened out of that smoke. This, another situation where it's a little risky to stand nearby. Because in case they have an observer, the more time you're there, the longer you're exposed, especially if you launch an auto attack and reveal yourself. That is enough time for certain heroes to kill you. If you just throw the Frost Shield, that's enough to push this lane. You'll never be shown because Frost Shield's a really long cast range. You can do it from back here. Well, you might be shown, but you're minimizing the risk because you're furthest back as possible. And then you immediately get out of here. I recommend that a lot when it's really scary. No one is showing for a really long time. Now, this is one of the guys who instant stuns I'm scared of. So in that sense, it's not as bad to walk out here. But let's say he's not showing. Again, just generally good practice. These last hits are great to get. Totally cancel out if I get killed. There's another pretty risky deep ward. Holy shit, we just blinked in. Oh my god. I don't think you placed this one. Yeah, Pudge ended up placing this one. Do you guys see the issue with this? There's no point to this observer right now because this tower is still up and then you have this one. If they're smoking in this way, this is too late. Someone farming right here is going to get caught and killed by the smoke. What's going on? I think he's really bored. He usually doesn't bother my feet, but this time he is. I'll go play with him in a bit. What was I just saying? This observer is now another defensive ward, and I still don't know where they are. This whole time we're talking about how safe we have to be because I never know where they are because we never placed a deep ward. I know it's not you, it's Pudge this time, but if I was Pudge, for example, I'm not placing this. I need to play something deeper, or this one's not, it's really not that useful right now anyways. Okay, let's find maybe one more fight, one of the later game fights, and then I saw Sir Lancelot redeem the game. So let's do that, and I think that'll be the last one. I'm going to lose my voice talking too much, and Jupiter is restless, so we'll have to go play with him a bit. they've been, maybe it's fair. We were gone on, we visited my family. So we were gone for a week, and then there was also Thanksgiving. He's been, and so has Hef. They've been extra needy / attention seeking. But I guess it's because we were gone and they got bored while we were gone, so. Still got to get back into the usual scheduling. Okay, let's focus. 50-minute game. Pretty dead even. Do I want to do this? I think you're thinking about it. Thinking about that blink ult combo, but I missed the start. I don't know if he still has stun. If this guy doesn't have stun, I think you could do it. I think you can Ghost Scepter, blink, Ice Spire, Chain Frost, Sinister Gaze, but he might still have BKB. Spectre's actually at half health and backing up. Pudge isn't close enough. Zeus isn't quite close enough, so kind of talking ourselves out of it. I don't think we should. But if he walks up to this cliff, you could attempt that. All right, in this kind of siege, we're just gonna stand in the back. We still have the blink. Pudge can be around here looking for hooks. I am pretty far back. This is okay, you can be further back. You already de-warded this area, so I feel pretty confident we're safe up here. I'm not gonna wander around down here too much. These guys shouldn't stray too far either. Spectre, 2 seconds. Okay, we're good. I don't feel as good about this side. We have to pick. We can't play every side. You see how we're now scattered? We have to pick one or the other. Some crazy shit. I did miss you already had the barracks. I thought this was just like a T3 dive. We didn't even have to do shit. Nice. All right, several buybacks. I don't know if Sand King bought back earlier. You can force it more if you want, especially as Shadow Step comes back up. Otherwise, I don't know if Roche is up or if it's like replay bugged. I'm missing what's happening. I'm gonna pick up a cat. Sir Lancelot, if you want to send in a game, that'd be good. This area you're standing is actually pretty risky. It doesn't matter in this case. This is another one of those areas where like the sieging team is like, oh, I feel safe, I'm gonna stand here. You guys had a gem somewhere, so the odds of a ward being here are quite low. But there is always a chance that they just happen to see you through the tree lines, that they happen to just place a new observer, or maybe your team never bought a gem, so you're not so confident there's not something over here. And then teams could be willing to kill a support right here. Depends on the state of the game, but this area does end up being riskier than a lot of people expect.
Who's that? Thank you. Whoa.
Sai, thank you. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you very much, guys. You guys have all been so nice to me today. I appreciate it. Let's keep me going. I was gonna say, it looks like you guys win here, but oh my goodness, there is still quite a lot of this game left. We're not gonna watch it all, but apparently they hold megas. Ah, I see. Perhaps we don't finish the megas. Oh ho! Ha ha! Ho ho! Ha ha! Oh no! Oops! Alright, well, we should have won there if our team didn't dive. We'll conclude, I think, around there. Have I played a lot of Monkey King? Support Monkey King or Core Monkey King? Core Monkey King when it first came out. Support Monkey King a lot when it was good. Not recently, but I still know the general idea. I've watched a lot of professional Core Monkey King. My feet aren't toys. Just picked him up last week. Okay. Monkey King is a lot about knowing how to push the limits of what you can do with Jingu. So some of it you just kind of gotta do to learn. Because if you're playing more passively on Monkey, it's not quite the point. He's really he's quite good in the lane in the right matchups. Now sometimes you get counterpicked. I don't know as much how to deal with that. Like that's where you kind of have to play Monkey King to know how to deal with that more. But at least in good matchups, you do need to know how to push it. Or neutral to good. He's a hero with a lot of like Jingu, full heal, dodging with mischief type stuff. Which is tricky when you start. I won't worry too much if you don't do it, because you said you just picked him up last week, but I'm just going to throw that out there. I find there's like a world of difference when I play with or against a Monkey King who is like, I can't believe he's taking this fight, and then it works, you know, because he knew the hero. What were we talking about earlier, guys? I'm telling you, everyone's out here farming penguins. Go get your smokes and your first bloods. Carnage, I'm glad I helped. Glad I could help. Oh, Simpo, sorry. This one is a redeemed game, actually, so we didn't do the raffle for this last one. All right, we got a smoke now. It didn't quite lead to much. Well, I'm not going to worry too much, but this was a party game. So if you guys are going to smoke, I would say like go do one of like those aggressive maneuvers potentially. Maybe you guys didn't feel you were the strongest level 1, which actually I kind of agree with. So maybe clumping together. But at that point, I don't know if you really need to smoke if you're just defensively posturing for your own runes. Okay, solid. Yeah, run these around. AA probably just wants to sit in the lane with you. I don't think he's going to win any trades versus Pugna out there. You're going... If you care about this camp being blocked, which I'd say you guys do, AA will have sentries, but there will come a time where you may need to help them with this. Because AA will feed if he tries to do this. So anytime you guys need to body block this, it's going to have to involve you. Otherwise, you're going to just have to let them do it, which maybe is okay depending on what's going on, especially if you guys get this camp open, which it is, and especially if it's stacked. All right. You're chasing AA around. You got lots of space. Oops. I won't worry about that. Okay. So, as you hit level 2... we do need to be careful because Marcy's a bit of a tricky one, especially with Dispose. But I'm currently noticing some more like defensive positioning. Let's say like right here. You see how you're kind of behind the creeps? This is really good for most heroes. But anyone who wants to be more aggressive, and especially Monkey King who has longer attack range, you want to be on this side, kind of scaring her away, depending on the situation, of course. But you're pretty close to the tower. You're full health. She's lacking a little, right? A is close, Pugna's low, right? So I think this is a more aggressive posturing. When we're behind, she can feel comfortable walking up, creep aggroing to drag things around if she wants. Maybe she even feels brave enough to go for last hit, especially if she combines that. We were talking about last hit tricks earlier. Walks up, creep aggros this, which is a little scary right now, but she creep aggros it forward, and then she feels comfortable lasting here. But if you stand here, let's say she ignores you and she tries to do the same stuff. Well, obviously you're going to beat the shit out of her while she's doing it, and she can't stand here if you're standing here. So now she stands over here, which is giving you tons of space that she'll never be able to do creep aggro or go for last hits without using spells of some sort, in which case, you know, that's its own win that she's burning mana to do so. So that's the tricky part. The creep aggro is tricky, but especially when you have the majority of creeps, right? There's only like one range creep you're going to aggro. You should look to move here. When there's a ton of creeps, we do want to be careful about that. But for Monkey King, it's not as big of an issue. Let me show you this fight you did here. So 1, 2, 3. You used the stun here, which got you the 4th. But actually, let's pretend you had taken a bunch of creep aggro. You were at like half health. That's actually a lot of creep aggro, but it doesn't even matter. You would hit her one more time, and then you have Boundless Strike with the Jingu Mastery. And when you hit 2 heroes with that, or you hit the full creep wave, it will be a full heal. And that's why the creep aggro won't matter, but why you need to be a little bit careful with it. If you constantly draw creep aggro and you don't get Jingu, even without using Boundless Strike, as long as you get Jingu, you will be able to heal back up most of that creep aggro. But if you don't, then that's where the harass slowly builds up, and you need 4 attacks to build Jingu. So if they get you low enough that you can't get the 4, that's where you're screwed. Stop going for my feet. I will play with you in like 20 minutes, Jupiter. So it's tricky, for sure. Just something to like slowly test the limits with for Monkey King. So notice we have more creeps again. Now I don't have Boundless Strike, so I'm a little more cautious now. But let's say we still had Boundless Strike. This is where I'm starting to look for a little bit more aggressive positioning. You gotta calm down, Jupiter. A little bit more aggressive positioning. Otherwise, your actual last hitting is pretty solid so far. You do want to look to build up denies as Monkey King. In the ideal matchups, like Monkey King dominates in that. But you're new, like, I'm not worried about it. You'll get there. We want to try to avoid this stuff, especially if it's a good matchup. When they split the creep waves like this, they're usually happy because you were kind of kicking their ass before, right? So try to avoid those kind of situations. And if possible, rather than like split the aggro like this, a lot of times Monkey King can actually push it. Like he follows them and pressures them, especially if you have more creeps. Always there's a limit, right? But just the way Jingu and Boundless Strike work, you almost always have more health to work with than they do. And so when you're both taking creep aggro, it's usually less significant to you. This is like when the lane gets broken up versus an Undying, and you're super happy because Undying is not just destroying you in lane. Monkey King is a lane destroyer in the right settings, and when they do this, it's good. It'll happen sometimes, not a huge deal, but I think that's one, like, we don't want it to happen too much. Now they've healed up. Now I'm not feeling as good about the aggressive. But earlier when they were lower, I liked that, you know? And that's why you kind of have to keep the pressure up the whole time. Okay, we're going. She just used rebound. This is a kill. You're losing health. It doesn't matter. 2 more auto attacks. You have Orb of Venom. She just used rebound. She has no escape. He might have Decrepify, except I'm pretty sure I saw him use a ward earlier and he's been blasting, so he doesn't have Decrepify. You could tank like 6 creeps here and the Pugna and the Marcy hitting. You'll get your 2 auto attacks because you have enough health, and then you will Boundless Strike this way, hitting every creep and hero, and you will full health. Maybe that's about to happen. But even if you don't kill her, I think chasing this trade for the Jingu is, like, I think that's what I would see a Monkey King in my game do. We got it. Oh, it didn't hit the creeps is the unfortunate part, but you're still going to get the kill. And then you'll just tango up. So the dispos actually kind of threw us a little out of whack, but you still healed up. I think it's still fine. Maybe I overhyped the like full heal on 2 heroes, but I guess in that case we really didn't hit a creep. Maybe that's good on the dispose. Maybe I would have underestimated that. Maybe I would have died to a Marcy because she disposes me out of the angle. Another possible case to go aggressive. If the creeps were a little closer, in this case, I understand why you wouldn't. But anytime she uses that, should be the 4 Jingus. And then just keep tangoing up so you're healthy enough to not get burst. I think if you had tangoed, you could fight over that range creep. Where do I want the wave? I mean, ideally here is good because it gives you the most room to run down. But I think as long as you have a favorable matchup, Monkey King doesn't mind too much if the lane moves around, as long as you're getting really good trades. Because the issue with over here is if you're both full health, it's scary for us. But if you've been taking good trades the whole time across, and they're now laning here with a quarter health versus your full health, it doesn't matter that they're in good equilibrium. They still can't approach the wave because you will kill them in an auto attack and like some boundless strike, or some auto attacks and a boundless strike. So I'd say good trades are number 1, and then equilibrium over here. But I will admit, this is where I'm not the Monkey King player with a ton of experience. That's just my feeling as I play like with the Monkey Kings, how I feel good or not. And this is also what we have to be careful of. For those of you playing against the Monkey King, this is what you want to do. You want to split focus so that he never gets Jingu. Because the idea of Monkey King is you have to play with your health bar. You have to sacrifice health to get the Jingu to then heal up. And that's how you win, but it takes the full thing. The Jingu, the heal. So if he trades his health but does not get the Jingu, there's no partial Jingu. And that's how you whittle him low enough till he cannot commit to getting the Jingu. So when Pugna comes up and gets like 1, 2, and Monkey King starts committing more, this is where the offlaner, especially if the third one's coming out, ideally you get 4 and then you boundless strike, but if you need the healing, you can always boundless strike to get the 4th one and then just lifesteal off creeps, and that's still kind of good. But this is where if you're the offlaner and you have some kind of spell, a stun or a slow, this is where it's not too bad to use it, because Monkey King has potentially taken some creep aggro, taken some auto attacks, he's got his 2 stacks, he's traded some of his health, and he's looking to get the full payoff of Jingu heal, and you interrupt that, and now he's only paid health and he never gets any health back. You have to do that several times. And once Monkey King gets to about half health, this is where he can no longer come in because it takes 4 auto attacks. And if he can die before he gets 4, that's where he's screwed and he has to back off the lane. It's very tricky, but like this dispose is really good because it interrupted the boundless strike, and fortunately it missed because of that. So he committed all that. Look how low health he is. Never got the Jingu. If he gets the Jingu here, he now bop, 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 heals up. Maybe he's not full health, especially because he had to use the boundless strike, but it starts to pay off where he got a pretty decent trade at that point if you think about the math on health. But this is like worst case scenario for Monkey, where you do get interrupted. And now that Decrepify is online, we have to be very careful. Now, if you have a wand, right, you can push it a little further, and maybe that's a time where you actually stay. I would actually maybe look for the Marcy. She's actually really bad at fighting without the rebound. You could maybe, I think this guy's dead, right? She'll kill him. You could probably look for Marcy and they'll come in. It's a little risky, I don't know, but she doesn't have any spells and you're going to get, I don't think she can kill you before they come over and before you get the Jingu. But I understand if you're not sure, go for the safe support kill. That's fine with me. I think that's one you can push, but not 100% sure. Maybe I'm baiting you to your death. Supports, if your Monkey King's low like this and can't get Jingu, this is where you gotta like tango him over. He's gotta heal up. You need enough health to take close trades. And now that they're both full health and they have all their spells again, this is where it's scary. This is where he commits, Decrepify, burst, save, stuff like that. He dies before it comes on. I think Pugna's pretty good as a support. I don't like him in my own games because I think Pugna is very... The ideal Pugna game is reliant on the team. He's a tempo hero who like boosts the health and the mana of heroes nearby. In NA, in my bracket, I don't like it. If I was a little higher, I'd be willing to do it. I think there's just too many... Some games it works out, some games it doesn't. My team just won't do stuff. They draft bad stuff. And then I don't enjoy that. But I think I'm a little jaded lately on those type of supports who are the classic supports. I think I'm good at it, but I'm just so mentally done with how many NA cores just give up and all that. And I'm like, I don't want to do it. I think in pro level, Pugna's great. I guess you need the right draft, but... Yeah, this is where Decrepify becomes really good. And kind of also goes back to why in the early levels I was pushing for like we gotta punish now. We're high level or high health over there, medium health. Because once Decrepify comes out, it becomes a much more difficult lane. I think you're probably at the point you can jungle. Like, for example, you held this creep out here for creepy equilibrium, but maybe if you just farm it and then you go to a small camp, I think you'll get more. I think you have enough. Level 5, treads, corrosion, working on the maelstrom. This is where I also think there's an advantage to being... This is where, like, you bait them with the Monkey King. As the supports are moving around and you start jungling sometimes... They don't know what you're doing, and that's what lets you sneak up with the tree dance. And Marcy thought you're gone, and she pushes up a little too far, and Pugna's not here, and then you jump her, and you're like... Pop, 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 pop. Here... You know, just kill this. I think you're a little scared, but I think they just respawned, right? So, like, right here... You backed off a little soon. This tower will hit this range creep a couple times, so you could have hit a couple more times here. There's enough heroes showing that I know they're not killing you. And then you're like backing off here, but you could have killed another creep. Like just shove this lane in so that it'll reset and then go jungle while you're waiting. And then AA doesn't even have to be here. AA can go Twin Gate, show up down here. But if you like wait, then now you are kind of stuck here and you have to choose... do I lane here? They're respawning. It's getting kind of scary. AA now feels like I gotta stay here. Monkey King's up here. So I would just shove this in and then get out. And if you have to give up a creep or two because it takes too long to get scary, it's fine. You'll go jungle and you'll get more farm that way. Yeah, kind of like this, right? But it would just be 5-ish seconds faster. And it adds up. Okay, Pango's nearby. He went through to our bounty rune. I'm kind of scared. I think you guys didn't catch that on your mini-map, or maybe you didn't think he would come up here. Or maybe you thought the rotations would be faster. But I think that's one situation where you just wait. In fact, what I would recommend, if you do see it, I did not catch it. Yeah, no worries. We all miss things on the mini-map. If you do catch it, what I'd recommend is you like sit in the trees. Maybe you go jungle, but you can also just wait in the trees depending how soon you think this gank is happening. And AA pretends like, I'm just defending, you know? And then AA gets jumped, and then you get to do the whole Wukongs and people TP and all that. It'll be nifty. You could also just dodge it. You can say, okay, I think they're coming up here. We don't want to fight. Maybe you haven't been having as good of a game. Maybe the mid is just too good against you, whatever. You guys get out. You guys go Twin Gate. They don't know, so they're here and they're like, ooh, wait for Monkey to show again, you know, and they're waiting, and you guys are actually like diving this to kill the Vengeful Spirit, or you're trading the tower and you're like, whack, 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 get the tower quickly. That could be another movement to make. I keep trying to drink out of my water bottle even though it's empty. Patient Zero Veno is not bad, but I think the regular laning, Veno is not good versus several of the other heroes. For example, Pugna massively outranges Veno, and it's kind of a miserable time. I think other meta supports are better than Veno, but this Veno jungle stuff with the Plague Carrier, very tricky to pull off in pubs, but there's not really another hero who can do what he can. So if you have, it's like that old Monkey King support strat where you would just kill couriers. I love that shit. And you would have Stampede, or sorry, you'd have Centaur, or another like very stable offlaner, but I think Centaur was the best because you can then globally contribute with ult while you still catch up. What was I just about to say? Oh, but I think something like that with a Venomancer is pretty cool. That was wild to me. Yeah, we can go back to it. I did not see it coming. Mainly this is just like why people like Marcy Core, right? Because you get like the phase, the bracer, and then the ult is just insta kill on so many heroes, which is pretty much what happened here. So the rebound barely caught you. She's not even ulted yet, actually. There we go. You are kind of a squishier hero, actually. Your strength gain... Oh, 2.8's better than I thought. But, yeah, Pugna Blast, the double spells, and then the ult to finish it off. I mean, Pugna does a lot of damage. Nether Blast is what, like 245 now? What was your death timer? Or death split? Yeah, I mean, it was just mostly burst spells, and then I thought she ulted before she came in, but... I'm glad, Simpo. I'm happy to help. I don't think I have the desire to grind MMR as much as I used to. I'm not sure if I'll ever go back high up. Having said that, I think if once I figure out the multi-streaming and all that, I might do some try-hard MMR streams just to do it, but I don't know. I don't really feel the desire to grind. So I'm glad to hear when other people find success. I get to live vicariously through you guys. I think you just have to be aware. I mean, that was a sneaky play, right? It caught you off guard. In general, Monkey King is a bit squishier at the start of the game. You're good in the lane when there's not a bunch of damage and you can win through Jingu, and then you are at risk of being burst. And then eventually you build the BKB and other stat items, and then it improves again. Do people always max Jingu still? I thought you get enough Jingu points to win the lane, and then you max W for farm speed. It looks like there's a mix. I guess my guess is if you're like playing the lane a lot in a good matchup and you need more Jingu. Hold on, wait. I looked away. This might be a good example of something I want to talk about. Earlier, I was talking about supports pushing waves and how you want to be careful. It still applies to cores. In the same way we saw that Monkey King just get killed by the combo of these two, right? So even cores have to be careful. So you kill this. I would say hopping into one of these camps would be pretty safe while we wait to see what's happening, because they're all missing right now. And the longer they're off, the more they could be anywhere, and I'm getting scared. But you see how you're walking in with a creep wave? So if they're coming in, then there's not really much time. Like if she was walking this way, you both would see each other. So if you spent a little bit more time in the tree or take a rounder path and then wait a little bit as these creeps hit each other, I think that's generally safer for you. And in fact, I probably would still not show because I don't know where they are. And there's a chance they are both behind this tree and the exact same thing is going to happen to you as you come here. So this is where I think you're like in this tree line, maybe hop to the Twin Gate to see it's not being used, and you farm this camp while you watch what's happening here, and you continue to wait to see what's happening. You have Tree Dance, so as soon as they show, I mean, you can get back to the lane pretty quickly. You'll miss some creeps, but if you die, you miss a lot more, right? So it's better to, I would say, keep farming. Turns out they were coming up. Looks like they killed your AA instead. But maybe they were a little faster and they end up finding you. So I would maybe just keep waiting in the trees. Or you can use Boundless to shove it out. That could also work. Joy K, that is the way. It's the way it's supposed to go. Excellent. Courier for high ground spots. Nice. That's a great one to have. Oops. I think spamming the same hero is still a great way to improve in Dota, though. Some people do say that, like, it's not really Dota, and I kind of get it. It's nice to have a big hero pool. But I do think it's easier to improve on a single hero a lot of the elements of Dota and then spread the hero pool. Maybe I'm just saying that because that's how I do it. And I can see how it works. Support players off that fight. That's where you can maybe do a ward. Like this one that was earlier Risk. I think there were some winning fights there. Your team should try to open up some tower together. Monkey King is really good at playing the map, but you need the map to be open to do that. When you haven't gotten any tier 1s, it's pretty tricky. And it can be, this is part of why it's worth your time to rotate as well, to open this up. And then with one deep ward, you can actually play very aggressively, and it's very hard to catch you with Tree Dance. And you can do a lot for your team by farming here. Or, because your team has space to play down here, you have a lot more space up top to farm, and you also have Tree Dance to like move around. But either way, the more map your team has, the easier it is for Monkey King to do Monkey King things and split push and cut waves, and the enemy can't do anything about it. Scary. Mid's probably open. This is wild. Is she on your party? You transfer that over. This is wild. Because you guys saw them come through here. Did I miss something? I wasn't actually watching. They both came through here. She TPs right here and blinks straight into the wave. This is psycho shit. That's our Immortal player? Bro, that's psycho shit. What are you guys? That's crazy. Pango and Marcy were right here. Then she blinks into the wave. This is gonna die. Gonna die. I was gonna say your team should shove mid and someone should deal with there. They're looking. Fortunately, you guys got this ward. And maybe it will die. All right, gets away this time. I'm telling you, even gets the kill. Look, this is an affront to God. This isn't supposed to happen. I'll die on this hill. I think if they were watching, like, I think it was really lucky that they didn't see her TP in. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure she just dies as she blinks into the creep wave and they were still here. They could have immediately gone and killed her before Blink was back up. Justice! In the same way, you cannot, like, if you think they're nearby, you have to be really careful about using Primal Spring in. Like, anytime heroes use their mobility to go into the creep wave, that's super dangerous if enemy heroes are in the area. Now, you're different with Monkey King as you have Tree Dance, but like Queen of Pains, Weavers, you can't Shikuchi into the wave. You gotta go to the wave and Shikuchi out. Shikuchi's a bad example because Shikuchi's so low cooldown, but you get the idea. You don't Blink Dagger into the wave, you Blink Dagger out of the wave. And that will generally minimize your odds of dying. Unless you know the exact timing window you have. Like, I have 2 seconds to kill this creep wave, so I blink in, I kill it, and I run away. Like, that's different. I missed what was happening. I was rambling. Losing focus. This will be a good place. This is a good replay to end on, I think. Okay, so they were trying mid. Let's get this kill. I got the shard. Do people buy the shard this early? I don't actually know. I can see it being pretty good this game. I'm down for that. Alright, I was thinking about shards. A Marcy kill. He's rolling around right now. Ooh, got real close. Another situation where the Jingu doesn't connect. Maybe you can just keep staying in the trees, and as the roll ends, you channel the ult. Rough, bro. But I guess I didn't know Venge was so close. Is this NA? I'm not sure, actually. Just want to once more emphasize, because it's really noticeable now that we have Jingu. Not this. Pay no mind to that. So we come in, about 2/3 health. 1, 2, 3. He's looking away, thankfully. We end up having to use Boundless to secure the 4th. Fair. Otherwise, now with this level of Jingu and Boundless Strike, a Q onto multiple heroes is mostly a full heal. But even using Boundless to get it, we're now down to like 1/3 of our health. Whack. Look at that. Pew! 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 Oh, that last one didn't really do much, actually. Did not connect? It did. I just think for anyone playing Monkey King or against Monkey King, you really have to think about the idea of the health being a resource and how it's going to bounce around with Jingu. And it really dictates how well the hero will do. Which is also why Dispel's aggressive purges work very well versus Monkey King, like Shadow Demon, because you can't build up Jingu. Which, if you didn't know, by the way, I'll tell you, they can't remove the counter on themselves, but when you hit 4 and you get the buff, they can use a Yules on you, Tornado you, any of that, and remove the buff. So do be careful of that. That's why Shadow Demon's really good. Disruption for the ultimate, purges the stuff, slows him. He hates that shit. I played around the Venge more just now. In that fight, I'm not fully sure. I would say in this game in general, your team has been a little low in starting plays. A lot of your stuff is reacting to stuff. And in particular, we finally got the tower here, but off of a slightly stronger laning stage on you, and then you balance playing the lane with jungling when it's not safe to lane, maybe your team could have made an earlier play to open this part of the map. Your team's kind of greedy with a Bristleback and a Monkey King and a Queen of Pain. You all want like a certain amount of items. So punishing early if you have good matchups and then trying to take these early towers would have helped you guys a lot. Since then, I feel like mostly you're farming and then reacting to stuff going on, which has been kind of working, you know? But if you do work in some of your own aggressive plays, Dota often favors the bold. Those who go first have an advantage. I backed up and didn't even go into the fight to answer your Venge question. And now I won't. Alright, several of them are showing, so I feel a little more comfortable doing this, though I think Void was kind of in this area, so I'm a little scared of where he might be. Fight's breaking out. You got unlucky, but I think it's close. Ah! Holy shit. A bit unlucky. Maybe they have a ward around here that spotted you. Ah, maybe that's just luck. He just walk into you? Holy shit. That's pretty unlucky. Pretty unlucky for you. Well, I guess you lived. Maybe that is lucky. I don't know. I guess your team all died, though. Not all of them, but... I think you could go again. Chrono's down. As soon as Quap is up, I would smoke as a team and go. You fight your own Wisdom Rune. You could go force Roche. You guys aren't the best at Roche. Maybe Bristle can. Wonder if you need a nullifier. I mean, you do, but where to build it is what I'm pondering. My Atos! Oh no! Unluck. Well, we killed him, so kind of worth. Okay, see this backwards movement? We just killed 2 significant heroes. I was gonna say 2 cores, but it's not Venge Core. Either way, 2 significant heroes died, and in particular the carry. You lost 2 supports, but supports. I don't really like this move backwards from 2 of you. I think you really want to like farm their half of the map and push the waves in. 1 hero can fall back to deal with this, but you probably just TP in, and I don't think you even use your ult. I think you just bop him a couple times. Now everyone got forced back, and I think they should be a little bit more on the back foot, you know? So maybe you're the one who comes back because you're so fast, and Bristle stays up here and farms, and Quap farms over here. Oh, maybe you thought you had the Atos in. With the Atos, that might have worked. Feels a bit rough to play aggressive without Gleipnir. I'd say it depends on the game. But if they're dead, like the core heroes are dead, it's not that we're looking to fight, but we're looking to steal their farm. Because if you win a fight and then you all go back to farm your own half of the map, there's no net worth. Like there's a slight net worth lead off of the kills, but the full growing advantage is when you steal their farm, they respawn, so you fall back, and you farm your half now, and they come out here and all these camps are empty. Depending on the timing. If you all fall back after a winning fight, it depends on the heroes and who lives and where you're at. Sometimes the correct play is to fall back. But I think 3 of you were pretty healthy, and it was the 3 cores versus Pango, Marcy, Pugna, but we also knew Pango was pushing top. So I feel 2 cores could have stayed here to farm up while 1 goes back, and then as they finish, they fall back in case Pango TP's home. Dang. That sucks. Next time. So this is all happening. This is a little awkward. I don't even see where your team came from. Through the Twin Gate? Oh, this is so tricky, actually. This is actually crazy to come through here when you guys didn't know where Chrono was. You guys need to be here sooner, or you need to give it up. This is a extremely risky move in. Here, I think you just need to channel your ult on top of him. I think if you channel the ult first, he will back away and it'll keep your Quap alive. Maybe you don't kill him, but I think the goal is that your ult counters his ult, and he wouldn't have gone so much. in the end, he kind of just stood still and fought you guys. Part of that was the Pugna heal, so I don't know. I think you guys got to get in there sooner, though. I think when you guys went into contest was extremely risky. And if we go back a minute, so let's say we think they're doing Rosh. We got to go back a little sooner. The position you guys are in right now, going through the Twin Gate is not an option versus Chronosphere and Roll. You all have to shove this shit in and just force them out of Rosh or just trade Rosh. If you want to fight, I think you guys all have to TP here and smoke in. You can't split through the Twin Gate. And then as you smoke, you're hopping through trees and Bristleback's running in the front and everyone else is further back so you're not caught by Chrono. I guess maybe you guys didn't know Rosh was happening and that was just a thing. But as Rosh finishes, I think someone's got to immediately call, give it up, and get out. Did not know it was happening, just tried to take it for ourselves. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, in that case, that's like reading the map of like they're all missing and they can do Rosh. We got to be careful. But I mean, I get caught off guard too, right? I think it happens to everyone. All right. I think it's time to stop. I'm very tired. Play more aggressive lane. Make sure people are balancing. So this is just one game, right? So I didn't want to read too much into it. But in this game, we did spend a lot of time just like in the same part of the map. And one of the strengths of Simian Stride is how fast you move around the map. So I do think it'd be good to try to coordinate with your team to either like pop through the Twin Gate. It can be in the laning stage. It can be later, anytime your ult is up, things like that. Going for those earlier towers we talked about so that we can make use of Simian Stride. It's very scary, right? If all the towers are up and you're like Simian Striding back here, very, very scary. But the more towers you can take early because you show up with Wukongs and you're a strong early game hero in the right matchups, you can use that strength to set the map in a way that then allows you to use Simian Stride. And then when you're constantly showing around, that puts the fear in them. And then they don't feel as good. Anytime they don't know where you are, they're scared. Yo, Swick, thank you. We're just about to end. But thank you. I was just finding who to raid. It's time to go play with Jupiter. You guys have been hearing a meow for the last little bit. Sorry about that. Okay, I did not get the YouTube stuff multi-streaming set up for today, but hopefully in the future I'll have that sorted out. And soon I gotta like change the whole program I use and everything. But in the future there'll be multi-streams, so we'll see how that goes. We'll see if I can cut a video out of this. That would be I think that would be good to do to get more content out of the replay streams for YouTube. I just gotta go through and edit it and do it. I think we had some good potential from today. I'll see what I can get in. No problem, Sir Lancelot. Happy we could help out a little bit. We're gonna go raid King Potato. You guys have probably been there before if you've been here. I think that's a fun place. High level offlane streamer. Thank you everyone who subscribed, especially We Go Hard on Earth. Insane 88 gifted subs. Thank you so much. A lot of you probably can't hear this because ads are running. Oops. Actually, maybe not. You all have subs now from We Go Hard. So everyone could hear it. Thank you, guys. I will see you later, probably Friday. I'll spend tomorrow trying to get the multi-stream stuff working. I don't expect to have it up by Friday, but maybe. We'll see. We'll probably be playing Dota then. Work on stealing Frost of his hats, I guess.